back to your regularly scheduled Man-Sam broadcast. We're coming at you live every day if you discount the, random weeks breaks here and there. But I have a good excuse. I finally got to go on vacation. It was not a work trip for once. But after Battle Hard in Portland, I decided, you know what? Instead of going back to New York, perhaps I just go to LA. And initially the plan was going to work out better because I thought at first that Sam might be casting Battle Hard in Portland, and then we just go back to LA together and jam that way. So half of the plan had been made that I was going to go hang with Sam in LA. But unfortunately he ended up moving that exact weekend, and we couldn't swing getting him in to cast. So I just, after Battle Hard in Portland, flew out anyway to LA and hung out with Sam for a whole week. It was sick. So Battle Hard in Portland, work weekend. Hopefully you saw it. It was on the Savage Feats channel. I wasn't producing. I was instead just sitting in the casting booth, super uncomfortably, watching Punkage absolutely nail casting, and watching Nathan learn production, let's say. He honestly did fine. He did fine in the end, but I just was a ball of anxiety for sure because I really wanted to just be in that seat, but we couldn't swing it any other way. So it did end up happening. Thought it was pretty good in the end. A couple unforeseen things popped up, though, at Portland that I wasn't super happy about. For one, blitz rounds are super fast. So the on your feet ability to go pivot, change camera angles, and set up rounds was really, really tight. And I think if I was in a production seat, it was probably still fine. But for Nathan, for this to be his first event, it was a lot. It was a lot. So part of that was when we would pivot to a backup game after the overhead had finished. I didn't consider that when I would move the cameras and set them up on the backup games, that the player sides were inverted. So it became really hard to track what team was winning, what team was doing what. So I think we kind of messed up on the narrative on that part of actually telling the team stories. It ended up just being watching a blitz game, which is all right. It's all right, but it wasn't what I'd hoped for the event. Oh well. But that's okay. More's yet to come. You know why more's yet to come? Because off of this run of pretty successful shows, I was able to buy a new camera. And this sucker is the Sony ZV E10 with a 16mm prime lens from Sigma. Super thrilled to add this to the setup. Previously, the overhead camera was just an older camera normally made for photography. It was just a Sony a6100. So it lacked a lot of video first features that this one does have. And this is also just a much newer camera. It came out in 2021 versus the a6100 is 5 years old or something. So pretty stoked. This is going to be quite the upgrade. So excited about that. See, that's the payoff of working all these shows. Can invest in new upgrades. So next show is going to be Battle Hard in Milwaukee. Battle Hard in Milwaukee is going to be the first event of Bright Lights. That's the one with a million lens options. Pretty much, it's an E-mount Sony lens, so it came with no lens. Luckily, I'd bought this lens for a previous camera, and since it's an E-mount, it just fits right on. But yeah, I'm super stoked to use this. The other camera I was having a lot of issues with. It was completely blowing out the colors, and I don't know. I think I was just overusing it. That thing's not meant to just be on. This is the other camera. This thing is not meant to just be on for 12-hour days on video. It's primarily a photography camera. So anyway, upgrades underway, and they'll all be debuting at MinMax's Battle Hardened in Milwaukee. It is going to be a release event for Bright Lights. Also, check this out, Gum. Look. Oh, I'm reading your question? Oh, Gum. That's the one with a million lens options? Yes, you're right, Gum. It is the one with a million lens options. Thank you for that comment. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so what else? Oh, yeah, so next week. Oh, hold up. We got a new comment. Check this out. Let's do it. Hey, guys. Oh, actually, this might be a little... I might have to move this because it's running off the screen. It's running a little bit off. Well, if I put it there, then it's right on top of... Hey, that's fine. It'll pop up, pop down. That's good. That's good enough. All right. So, Real Mazered says, "Hey guys, I'm a newish player, started half a year ago. Just wanted to thank Ethan for his great content, been helping me a lot to learn the game." No problem, my friend, no problem. I'm still learning the game too. And I've been here for like 2.5 years. Oh my god. I made some curry for lunch, and that was fiery. It's in my throat. But it's okay because we have delicious upstate New York apple cider. To wash it down. There we go. Yeah, let me know what heroes you want to see more of, because let me tell you, I can't play Leviah all day every day. I really can't. And I'm gonna have to be off Leviah for real in this next like testing season for Worlds anyway. So this is your chance. Any hero you want me to experiment with, damn, I'll probably do it. Taking priority over Leviah, that's a rarity, but that is the season we're in. I mean, it's mech season. We don't have a single Leviah card to look at. All right, we got another message. Look at this. Who of the new mech heroes do you think will see good results in the new meta? Well, the 3 heroes, I think the one that leaves the most to kind of see play out and see if they land right is Teklovossen. Teklovossen is interesting because the pace of which you really craft these evos, I don't think anyone really knows yet, right? There's a lot of talk like, oh, maybe you run like Final Spring Tunic, and then, you know, eventually use that new like Art of War style card, I think that's the one, to like replace a chess piece. And then maybe that's how you can pay for like the 4-cost evos with like the Tunic counter blue, equip it, and then like eventually you block with Tunic, re-equip a chess piece, and like put it back there. Like, you know, all this sounds cool and nifty, but is that not a bit slow? And if it's a bit slow, and we're also getting obviously Max Nitro, who's going to be probably an insane aggro deck, then, you know, kind of worry. We're also still in Proco season where Lexi is an absolute menace. If you're telling me you think like equipping an armor piece is going to save you versus Lexi, I don't think that will do it. I don't think that will do it at all. Max also seems like a little susceptible to Icelander, so as of now, like, the new heroes probably still need the old guard to completely phase out to be nuts. And even like OG Dash got upgrades. You know, there's a lot of like new vanilla cards that you can just add in slots of like yellows that she ran before, and that just becomes a better deck. But I think the one for me that's most exciting is the new Dash.io. I really want to see how that feels on the table. The same idea of, we're not quite sure how that hero will end up playing. 5 card hands constantly, not to mention like 6 if you have Arsenal, just this ability to always look at the top. That's extremely powerful, but does that convert to actual power? Like, in theory, it's crazy. In theory, you're playing with like an extra hand at all times, basically. You know, just pitch in, play out these items. But does it convert to power on the table? Some of the items seem really good. You know, especially like the gotcha damage ones. In theory, like, you know, Dash is coming in for attack. Okay, boom, Dash.io, boomstick, getcha. That's pretty cool. But you can't block with items. So, like, how fragile is she? She also starts at 36. Her weapon is just kind of like a free 2 damage every turn. But does that really replace like a pistol package? Man, I'm not like the right mech person to really answer these questions, but I'm going to be eagerly awaiting what everyone else figures out, which is why the stream today is more of a public forum. I am no mech expert at all, like literally zero. I have 0 tournament experience with mech. I use Dash to teach people the game. My go-to starter CC decks are Bolton versus Dash. Kind of like a mid-range Dash, kind of like a mid-range Bolton. And back when I worked at my old game store in college, that was the pairing that I would teach anyone the game with. Because you had Dash, who for a Magic player kind of made sense with playing out items. You know, some permanence in play, right? This idea of like saving up resources for later with like Steam counters. It all makes good sense, even to a new player. And then you had Bolton, which at first seems more complex, but then you understand the layers of, okay, well, charging is actually optional. I don't need to play bad hands. I can, you know, block. I can set up. And the 2 decks played really well into each other because they had like some on hits, you know, Combustible Courier, like Bolt of Courage, but not too many. And that's like where my experience with mech stops. To start people off with Flesh and Blood, I loved Dash versus Bolton. That was my go-to. But truly, tournament play, I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing on Dash. So we're going to the bottom of the plasma barrel today to get my opinions on these cards. Oh man, chat's popping off. Okay, let's see. Who can I who can I pull up on screen? Real Maserati is back. I made the mistake of trying to make Riptide work for my first 3 months in the game. Currently playing Reinar and CC and Loki, interested in Bolton. I'm a big fan of Reinar, and if this is his meta, well, not with Lexi, but after that meta, if Mech really is top dog, Reinar is a very obvious. I mean, it can be an obvious hard counter. It can also just be like a bit of a soft counter with not needing to run like all the arc smashing performance, but like some package of those, plus barraging beatdown and how that, and pulping actually, and how that interacts with the equipment pieces that block now. Oh, so cool. It's actually so cool. Matt McInnes, mech set review together. Do you want to jump in, Matt? I mean, the idea was public forum. We're going to have everybody chime in. But if you want to be on the comms, that's fine. Let me know. I'll pull up Twitter. You can DM me. Or actually, you can just say it here. Whatever. Max looks super interesting. Definitely the one catching your eye the most. Yeah. I mean, it's an aggro deck with a lot of moving pieces. It's not exactly Fi, where it's like rinse and repeat every turn. This card does 0. Or is a 0 for 3. 0 for 3. Okay. Phoenix. Like, as far as starter aggro decks, it's going to be harder than that. In terms of like how it can adapt to the sideboard to not get fatigued out. Pretty interesting. We'll see how that pans out happening. If the deck is so insanely aggressive slanted, then the plan into it becomes just try to block it out, right? And if categorically, like, you just cannot block out his damage, that's pretty insane, then you have to go like the disruptive route, which if Icelander rotates anytime soon, is like also pretty scary. These highlighted comments are so good. I agree. Look at those. Look at those. Actually, I found the way to do this watching a video about how to do like a light board. You know how people, you know how you can like write on the screen? Like you see those on like Khan Academy videos or something where people like write on the screen. I was trying to figure out how to do that. Like maybe that'd be kind of cool. But it turns out if you want to do it the right way, it's like real investment in a literal glass screen. So we're not doing that. But in that video, they were using this to like pull up chat's comments live. I was like, dang, that's actually like, that's cooler than the video I clicked on. That's sick. The fact that Mech went from having 1 real hero to 4 is just great. Also, the amount of different builds seem to be incredible. I'm quite excited to see how they all come into the meta. Well, Adam, how about we leave it up to you? Crack one of the decks for us, Adam. Let's do it. It ain't going to be me. It ain't going to be me. Khan Academy goated. Agree. That's why I'm so bad at math. Shout out Khan Academy. Khan Academy. Okay. All right, that's my Twitter. All right, here's the deal, though. I want to go through the entire set, mostly because I just haven't really seen it. The deal is, last week, I was in LA, just bumming around. Played in an armory, hung out with some friends, ate good food, traveled around, went to Riot Games. Oh, actually, hold up. We got to flex real quick. One of my teammates on Runaways, Shane, works at Riot Games. And I got to go hang out at HQ for like 4 freaking hours. It was awesome. I'm not a big League player anymore, but I used to be. So this was always like a dream of mine to go to Riot HQ and just, play games with some devs and hang out. And it literally happened. Like, what the hell? I never actually thought that was going to happen. But one thing leads to another. And Shane, who doesn't even live in LA, this man lives in St. Louis, is in LA on a work trip, like a work summit, to do a sprint at Riot headquarters. And he reached out to me because I had posted something on Twitter, and he's like, oh, like, what armories are in town? And I was like, whoa, hold up. You're in LA right now? Let me into Riot. And then he did. It was so crazy. So that was really fun. I had a lot of fun at Riot HQ. Really small campus, actually. I thought it'd be bigger. But it's obviously beautiful. It's got great people. There was a basketball court. People were just like hanging out, like riding scooters, talking. The vibe was incredible. They had a replica, like PC bang, like an internet cafe that they built specifically to try to mimic the like experience of players like in Taiwan or something, where that is how they interact with video gaming, is like going to an internet cafe. It's pretty foreign to us in America. So they built like a replica PC bang to do some like user research, right? And then they converted that into just like a gaming pit. Like everyone hangs out there. There's board games there too now. All the vending machines are still filled with like ramen and like lychee drinks and stuff. It was so sick. It was so sick. Anyway, had so much fun. Had so much fun at Riot HQ. I also got madly addicted to TFT while I was there. Anyway, that's my flex. I had a great time in LA. Great time in LA. But part of having that great time is I'm like legit so behind on catching up to Bright Light spoilers. And on top of that, I leave tomorrow. I leave tomorrow for another 2 weeks. And then I am traveling for almost 6 weeks in a row for Flesh and Blood. So my next 2 months are like gone, which is crazy. I'm going to really try to fit in streaming. I didn't bring any like streaming stuff with me on this trip. I didn't have enough room in my bags. But for all the other trips, I want to at least bring like my microphone or something and my laptop and at least get something done, you know? But it's a lot of travel. I'm leaving tomorrow, going on a fishing trip with my uncle. And my mom's actually going to be in town. She might join the stream today. That'd be crazy. I haven't seen her in forever. And then I'm going with some really good friends from high school on a reunion trip to Yellowstone for like a week off the grid. And then I've got Battlehard Milwaukee. And then potentially another event that next weekend. Oh, actually, I know what it is. It's the Channel Lake Frigid. It's the event in Buffalo, the doubleheader. So going to those, and then Dallas, and then St. Louis, and then I think Pittsburgh is the... No, then it's an off weekend. I get to play in ProQuest. Then it's Pittsburgh, and then it's Barcelona. It's like, dude, I'm freaking... Whew. I'm busy. Mom set review. Oh, God. She'd look at this card and be like, you're not hanging out with him, are you? Like, well, actually, lady, I did hang out with Jacob Bertrand last weekend. Actually, not true. He was supposed to come through to an armory, but he flaked. Actually, it's not. Is it Bertrand? It is Jacob Bertrand, right? What's his last name? Bertrand? Jacob Bertrand? I don't know. Anyway, literal Max incarnate. All right, let's get to Dallas, you say. See you there. Yeah, I'll at least be there. I will at least be there. What capacity? Can't say yet, but I will at least be there. And I'm going to see you too, Hemel. It's going to be fun. I'm going to make all these card orders, and you're going to bring them straight to my open palms. Like, hello, sir. No need for overnight shipping, thank you. Okay. Let's do it. Card review. Now, here's the deal. The revealed cards are not quite all where they should be. Because we don't know everything just yet. Well, I mean, everything that's revealed is where it should be. Whatever. But there are some holes still. So we can't do like an entire set review because not everything is known yet. Obviously, the Fabled is not. But then there's also some random, commons and stuff that fall through the cracks. Like, if you remember back to any box break, like Dynasty or Dust Till Dawn or whatever, when the box breaks finally happen, those last slots normally get filled. And I think the most exciting missing slots were kind of like the M's from Dust Till Dawn in my recent memory. I can't really remember another instance where the missing slots are like that crazy. Penaros in chat is saying, thinking a lot of the common and rares are likely reprints. That is a great point, actually. I did not even think about that. But that would make sense if they're reprinting like 0 to 60, zipper hit, like any kind of the generic boost stuff, just to fit them in to fill out the draft set, right? Like they did with Scar for a Scar in Uprising, for example. I could totally see that. So maybe that's where some of these fall in. Anyway, we can't call this like a categorical set review. There are still like some Majestics for sure that are missing. Like this one's a Majestic. Otherwise, it looks like mostly play sets. These are also the really interesting cards for me. We don't know everything in the expansion slots yet, which is nuts. The expansion slots, like, I feel like these, not to say that they'll do more than like the mech set itself, like obviously 3 new mechs and Dash getting a huge boost of cards, but there's a real chance that some of these individual like cards from the expansion slots revitalize an entire class. Like, I've seen so much hype for Azuri now because of the like already dead. If that's actually gonna like push her to be insanely playable, jury's out. But just the hype that a singular card can give a class is insane. Like all the Riptide stands going nuts over this. However, smashing performance, I was pretty hyped. I think some Brute players are pretty hyped. Some people were not on that one. Some people were not. Most people didn't seem pretty hype on that, but regardless, like this one, now Bolton players are going nuts. Like I think our deck's cracked. Like everyone's saying it. So I really want to see these last slots. Really, really, really do. That for me is the most hype. There is a way to track the likelihood of like what slot is what. There's a spreadsheet that is linked in the Discord. If you click like the pin section on the spoiler section, then this gives it a really great breakdown of like where, like what cards could be based on like their set number specifically. So you look at where the missing expansion slot cards are. Likely a Guardian here because of how the set numbers work. Potentially another Draconic. I find that interesting. But then again, like Phi could use a little bit of revitalization. Not bad. Actually, I think, wasn't there was like some mild leak or maybe like a misprint or something. Which speaking of, there's plenty of misprints in Flesh and Blood right now. Did you see Bravant Hammer? Did you guys see this? Not to call out Flesh and Blood like this, but this is ridiculous. Look at this. I bet most of you have not seen this. I actually couldn't believe it. Like, okay, hold up. Where is it? Where is it? Open a new tab. Look at what this says. If you have a Chivarly in your pitch zone, this gets +1. If you get a Chivarly in your pitch zone, this gets +1. Any you catch that? I couldn't believe it. Man, that's rough. That's so rough. This is like the premier new player product. And man, a quality miss like that is kind of nuts. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like this is about to be the introductory set for so many players in the game. And Bravant's weapon, that's literally like right there next to him. If you read it closely, you're looking at Chivarly. Is Chivarly the same as Chivalry? I don't even pronounce it close. Chivarly. Oh man. I mean, Chivarly? Chivalry? What sounds better? Chivarly? Chivarly? Anyway, it's wrong. It's wrong is what it is. Dude, it's nuts. I cannot believe that got through. I cannot believe that got through. Anyway. I'm still going to buy this set. Look at the Chi article on FabTCG. Okay, see, everyone's following the spoilers better than I am because, like I said, I've been, like, out of touch. I've been out of touch. Sandcover got a bad one, too? I did not know there was a typo on Sandcover. Look at the Chi article on FabTCG. Wait, Chi? What card? What card are we talking about? Chi? Is it going to show up here? Is it one of these? It's got to be one of the new ones, right? Like Mauling Chi? Chi Unbound, Chi Unleashed. Okay, let's read closely here. I'm going to catch it. Chi Unleashed, that's correct. If Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, Chi Unleashed, that's correct, has +4. The body is but a vessel that contains your chi. Let go, unleash the power that lies within. No, that's all right, isn't it? Chi Unleashed Red is printed as Chi Unbound in the new box set. They goofed the name. Oh. Wait, so this is called Chi Unbound? In the print? Oh, that's nuts. Okay, what article says this? I have to check the Chi article. Is it on FabTCG? What the heck? Protocol Aperion? Wait, that's actually new. Wait, you see that? If you go back... Oh, okay, now it actually just says it. Before it was like all question marks. Alright, well, I still can't click on it. Still can't click on it. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna just trust you on that. Anyway, that's nuts. That's nuts that the quality is tanking like that on the box set. You'd think they want that set to be perfect. I'd want that set to be perfect. I mean, hell, this next week that I'm spending in Yellowstone with my friends, they don't play Flesh and Blood, but they used to play Pokemon. And so I'm going to try to find the Round the Table box set when it comes out on Friday, and then we can all just play at our cabin. But man, they're going to pick it apart if I'm showing them freaking Chivarlies. Okay, anyway. Bright lights. We're here for bright lights. Show placeholders. Who's ready? Who's ready? It's in the rules reprise? Okay, other people can find it. All right, who's ready for the set review? Man, this is gonna be hot. Hot as in I'm gonna be hot and bothered and embarrassed because I don't know anything about these cards. Here we go. All right. I think the 0/0 is always the fabled, right? So there's nothing to say there. But let's do some hot takes about these cards. Let me do a poll. So here's the poll. We've got a rating system here where we can go through with A, B, I mean it's standard, B, C, D. There's no F. Oh wait, there is an F. Never mind. D. It's standard. I mean, this is all the alphabet we know and love. F. Also an S though. Also an S. Now that is too many options for a YouTube poll. So we're just not going to do a YouTube poll. You can just spam in the chat. I can only do 4 YouTube polls. So just spam in the chat and we'll get an idea of where people are at. This is too American for me. Sorry, I understand. All right, now not a stream for you. One day I'll do a stream in broken Spanish. Maybe that'll land. All right, Dash.io. Man, it's starting spicy here. A lot of C's. A lot of C's. Here's my hot take while other people spam in chat. LSS, the last time we saw them dock a hero's life like this. The last time we saw them dock a hero's life was with Prism, right? And Prism has had quite a while to sit and stew and try to get figured out by the entire community, right? And she's still not there. Still not there. And they docked her all the way down to 32 life in fear of how broken she was. And if you go and listen to a lot of recent interviews, podcasts, like the most recent one with Brian Gottlieb, he says a couple things about Prism. Namely that in internal testing, she really was like insanely broken. They knew her Dromai matchup was bad, but other than that, she was nuts. Nuts. And he did apologize a bit that maybe it just wasn't clear enough to the community on how to build her. That could be a problem. But maybe they also just missed the mark on Prism as well, in how she was debuted, like with what tools they gave her, whatever. So kind of like a waffly answer. Is Prism actually busted, or did they make a mistake somewhere and read too much into internal testing? Either way, they put her at 32 life because they thought she was so nuts. Now we're seeing Dash.io at 36 life in a similar capacity. You would think it's because she's doing something crazy. She's doing something crazy. And really, that's looking at an extra card in hand at all times. As long as that card is an item, then you're truly playing with effectively like a 5 or 6 card hand at all times. The problem with stacking your deck with a ton of items is most of them, well, actually, all of them do not block. They do not block. So if you're jamming your deck full of items, you might run into kind of the Data Doll style problem where you just kind of die. Like you just can't block well. And you're contingent on like this extra mechanic, like for Data Doll, it's boosting to get her items in play. For Dash, it's making sure the items are on top rather than in hand. To really get value out of this ability. So I've heard some musings that like maybe this kind of Dash deck is a lot more complicated to build because generics find their way in. You can play something like I don't know, anything that puts, I don't think you'd go like all the way to Rise Above, right? But there's other cards like that where you can fix the cards on top of your deck to kind of guarantee what Dash is doing with them, and then also protects you from boosting away generics. So this kind of Dash deck could be nuts. It could be nuts. I have not theorized on like any builds, but that's where I see maybe the power level, the fear of why she's at 36 over 40, is because this could be a mech deck that's built like we've never seen before. A mech deck that can really lean into heavy generics, maybe play like really defensive cards, maybe play like really disruptive on-hit cards, which mech normally can't do, and then yet still play this like heavy item game plan and just be doing a lot at once, which fits into this whole like adaptive theme. She's becoming more than human. She's doing all these crazy things that a normal mech just can't do. Jacob is pointing out that she has some really interesting combo potential with the crank items and the reset. Honestly, I glanced at the reset, but I forgot it was a card in the moment. But I agree, that card has a card could quite have quite a ceiling. Could have quite a ceiling. Is she meant to use Galvanize? Well, that is interesting because I don't think we've seen like the clear-cut hero that is supposed to use Galvanize. That mechanic has cropped up quite a bit. Destroy an item, gain a +2 defense. Or if an item's destroyed, rather. In theory, Dash is playing like the most into these items because they're free. She's not always playing them from hand, and she's got more, I guess, play into the ones that destroy rather than just like Max spamming out hyperdrivers. You know, that you don't get to like really control the death of those as much as some of the other items. So, man, I'm really excited, I think, for the builds on Dash. I think she's going to be the hardest cookie to crack. Or nut to crack, whatever the expression is. Because I can't figure it out, but it's got me excited. And I don't really care about Mech, but this one's got me excited. So I think I'm hedging more towards a B. Most people said C and B. Most people said C and B. But I think we can put it pretty safely, not as an S. I clicked like 5 buttons and it still ended up S. I think we can put her right at a B. Right at a B. Seems about right. Seems about right. I haven't had someone straight up say, this deck is broken, here's the build that's going to go nuts with it. So I think most people are... B is safe. B is safe for this hero. But I really think the ceiling might be nuts. This might be S. Oh, Matt, no. Like, in my soul, I think it's an S hero. But I just haven't seen the deck that confirms my suspicions. If you've got the deck, then by all means, let's share it, buddy. Let's put you on screen. I think the ceiling, unlike Prism, probably is a true S on this one. What's the list then, Matt? What's the list? She is S? Alright. We're going to bump it up to A because I am biased. I think she's probably S, and there's some pretty respectable people in chat also saying S. Also saying. Okay, A. And Matt's just confirming, look, Paneros is right. He's just confirming exactly why I can't say she's S, because I just haven't seen the deck to convince it. It's close. It's close. Okay, anyway. That's Dash. That's Dash for you. These are the same. I guess it might be slightly different when you look at her in draft. I have not put any thought into draft for this set. I actually won't even get to play in a single pre-release for this set either, because I'm going to be camping in Yellowstone. So, I'm going to be quite behind. I'll have to do a lot of catch-up with Runaways to get back on top of draft. I don't want to punt draft. Normally I'm pretty good at limited, but this set is completely different than anything I've been comfortable with before. So, that's all I can say. That's all I can say. She's probably, I mean, they're probably all fine. Whatever. This gun, though, Symbiosis Shot, it was the last spoiler we got on Sunday. The ICV2 spoilers technically came out on Monday. But this was the final reveal. Honestly, not as exciting as I was hoping for. I don't really know what I was hoping for. This weapon seems... I mean, it's a draft weapon, token weapon, so you're playing it there. But I don't think you're really playing this card in Constructed. Yeah, okay, chat is also agreeing. Chat is also agreeing. Spam your ratings on this one. Whenever a Mechanologist item enters the arena under your control, if this has fewer than 6 steam counters, you may put a steam counter. So, like, the ceiling of this card is stacking it up to, like, 6 steam counters, and then doing some insane pop-off turn. So you kind of have two play styles with it. You could either do your item spam and just get, like, a free 2 damage in with it, or stack it up and go for some high octane, some, like, crazy crank turn, whatever, and just, you know, dump 6 shots out of this. 12 damage. 12 damage. Because it's not once per turn, once again, like the other pistol. So I don't know, like, the ceiling seems there, but it's gated to, like, some kind of combo turns. If you can play it on the non-combo turns to just this effective 2 ping, and that's something you actively want to be doing, then I guess it's okay. I don't know the mech ceiling enough. I'm going to say probably a C. B or a C. You have to read the card System Reset to evaluate. I know System Reset. System Reset says banish all the items, then it comes back. Is there more text than that? Let's see. System Reset. System Reset. It's got funky art. Here it is. And it's Data Doll Mark 1. That's kind of incredible. Banish X Mechanologist items you control with cost 0 or 1, then return them to the arena under the owner's control. Yeah, I mean, so there's no extra text. It's just doing that kind of, like, spam load for all the Steam counters. You're going to reset all your items. In theory, like all these items that are like taking down Steam counters for effects, now they reset all their Steam counters. This thing stacks up 6 again. It seems like a lot of setup for a deck that's at 36 health. I don't know. Chat seems to be like pretty set on B. I think I'm a little more on like the C side, but I'm allowed to agree with chat on this. We'll leave it at B. Leave it at B. Symbiosis shot. We'll see what happens with it. Oh, you then crank the items. Oh, duh. All right. Thank you, Tyler. Man, this is great. Thank you, chat. Look at this. We got people helping me out here. When the system reset items come back, you just crank them. Haha. And then you just spam Symbiosis like 6 times. Nuts. All right. B seems more warranted. I'm not going to say C anymore. That seems like a cool interaction. Is it real? Once again, you got to factor. That's a lot of setup for a deck that is 36 health. That's only 4 lower, but, you know, once you reach an end game, you miss that life like nobody's business. You don't aim to set up Symbiosis shot. It's just going to happen with your game plan. Yeah, that seems about right. You know, if you're stacking your deck full of items, then there will just be heavy item board states that I think System Reset can pop off. I don't know if it's like an exact combo you're looking for. I couldn't tell you. We're going to get to all the items later anyway. All right. Jacob Bertrand, Incarnate. Jacob the Hype Bertrand, aka Max, with 2 X's, because we're like that. Once per turn action, 2. Create a Hyperdriver token with 2 Steam counters. Activate this ability only if you've boosted this turn. Hyperdrivers you control get cranked. Okay, so if no one heard the ruling on this as well, Hyperdrivers, even though they're tokens, the ones that are created with Max, actually do count towards not only crafting Nitromechanoid, but attacking with Nitromechanoid. I think most people know that. By now. But I'm just catching people up in case they're not aware. Not everyone had seen the Chivarly typo, and that one's been with me all week. Looking forward to more Savage Feats productions. Scott, you are in for quite the run then, my friend. We got almost like 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 6 events within the next month and a half. Something like that for Savage Feats. And if you didn't see the beginning, all the money I've been making has been going back into the stream. You know, luckily, I'm like not under too many debts or anything like that. Life is pretty low cost for me. So I keep putting in most of what Savage Feats is making back into more upgrades. I really, especially with like someone to talk to about it, not just Nathan, but I even met with like Justin from AGE events this weekend, and just being able to like talk to peers about like what feels right, like what are the next moves, rather than just myself randomly purchasing things on Amazon. It feels good. There's some real investments being made, some wireless tech getting picked up, new cameras, all in the name of portability and, you know, clean execution. So there's going to be some good stuff coming. Don't you worry. Graphics are killer. Thank you. I make all those. Okay. Max V is your only power card, which is half of what Dash has. All right, so people are jumping into the evaluation of Max Nitro. So here's the deal. Obviously, slanted to be a more aggressive deck. Obviously, you can cheat out hyperdrivers, get action points when you make them because of the whole crank text added to them. Whenever you've got extra floating, even though this deck probably doesn't play too many resources, you just get to spam hyperdrivers out in the field. You need to boost for that to happen. The deck is obviously playing pretty aggressive. I mean, at the end of the day, you are probably just a aggro deck that's either trying to abuse like Hanabi turns and Max V turns, or playing into Nitromechanoid. Maybe the weapon sees constructed play. But that's all I'm seeing right out the gate, is you're trying to just be crazy aggro, get over blocks, do it with like Max V turns, do it with Hanabi turns. Or set up some kind of endgame with Nitro. Maybe Nitro is like how you beat a deck that's blocking you. I don't know. Could be nuts. Maybe he's just the best damage. Maybe he is just the best damage and he's like S, because if he's the best aggro, he's the best aggro. But if he's not the best aggro, then like, you know, why play him? I'm going to defer to chat on this one. What do you think? I don't know. Like, okay, my perspective into aggro mech is I'll just fatigue you out. I mean, any meta where mech's been any kind of relevant, or I knew people in the area were playing mech, I would just take like triple arc smash and make sure I could sideboard out every single non-block. And then the games were incredibly boring, but they were free. So my POV into like hyper aggro mech is you just get them with 0 cards before you get to 0 life. That's about it. But that is a brute perspective. Not every deck gets to see it, to do that. So Tobias is saying A. Matt is saying F. Teklo is saying that you tested Nitromechanoid and it just wasn't good enough. Riku is saying S. Man, this one's a tough cookie, apparently. I'm gonna go ahead and hedge that he's going to look like probably an insanely good deck early. Here's my analysis. Initially, people are gonna claim this deck's busted. They're gonna have like some crazy aggressive builds. They're gonna go out, sweep some early events, and then people are gonna realize just block. Just block. Don't try to play the game with a deck that's boosting like this. It's going to just remind people of what they know against an aggro boost dash. It's just that deck with a different face. So I think at first he's going to seem crazy, but in reality he'll settle as somewhere kind of in the middle. Like not the best aggro deck. Maybe you can do something cute with him, with like a Nitromechanoid plan to kind of get some people. Maybe you catch some people unaware every once in a while for decks that are like greedier and like can't play a effective blockout strategy. So I'm going to call him B. I know it's kind of like a soft rating. It's not very committal, but it's I think he'll most likely kind of dip into just the C and live there. Fine deck. But he's going to look really strong at first. We'll put him B for now. Chat is also really spicy about this one. That's crazy. I thought it was going to be categorically, this deck is nuts. He's busted. I put every single 0 cost boost card in the deck and I can't lose. I thought that was going to be what people say. Honestly. Like, that's some of what I've been seeing online. Okay. Let's see. Max Nitro. God, that spoiler video was so sick. Shout out Jacob and all them. All right, Matt's actually going to leak the broken deck. Is this your Dash.io deck? You should legit send your Dash.io deck to me, though, Matt, because I love you, and I'm going to get it from your, probably, like, hack into your February while you sleep when I see you in St. Louis in a couple weeks. Or Carolina. I'll pay Carolina in, I don't know, chocolate dip bananas, I don't know, whatever she likes, and then she'll just leak me the deck anyway. So, no shame, by the way. Chocolate dip bananas are, like, really good. I don't know why I drew that as, like, my top of mind, like, food bribery, but they are pretty good. Had one recently. She hates bananas? Damn it. Okay. Banksy. I love it because if you know the artist Banksy, known for a lot of just like pop art, like street art, right? They just literally gave that name to this weapon, and it's even like artistically kind of similar. Like it was a lot of spray paint, like bright colors behind it. Cool. Banksy. It's an on-hit weapon for mech. I mean, that's unique. It's max specialization, so you can only run it in max. I don't know. Where are we landing on this one? Activate this ability only if you crank this turn. Cool. So you crank out a hyperdriver. Boom. That extra resource just goes right, and action point just goes right into Banksy. It's basically paying you back for the steam counter that you remove to crank if it hits. It's like you crank, you Banksy, you put the steam back. It's a nice play pattern. It demands like a little bit of blocks if you're trying to always value deny your opponent's items. I think it seems pretty good. Seems great, right? I don't know if it's like the constructed weapon for like how Max likely has to play, like full Hanabi, just go over blocks or whatever. But this weapon seems good. It's a hit effect, you know? Oops. Hit effect, good rate. It's playing into kind of like guaranteed value, because if you've cranked, then it's replacing the crank. So it's like you're never missing value with that hit effect. I think it's good. I'm going to put it at A. I think everyone in chat is kind of saying the same thing. A or S. It would be S if you could play it in other decks, I think. but it's max only. So you gotta stem expectations. You know, it's A. You can't experiment across the board with it. So it's A. It's A. Right? Seems okay. Seems okay. All right, Teklovossen. This guy for me is the zero idea. I mean, not like I've had too many ideas already, but I cannot wrap my head around how quickly and how consistently this man is getting his Evos in play. Because it's not just playing from hand, but also his ability to play them from banish, right? That seems crazy. There are some combos, like you block with the Evos early, you banish them. Isn't there some card that banishes from graveyard? I forget. Either way, you can also just banish them with boost, whatever, and then like smack them into play. Like, doesn't that sound nuts? But in reality, like, what's the pace of this? I have no idea. I actually have no idea. It's so different. It's so different. Oh, scrap. That's right. Scrap's the keyword that's doing it. Man. I just have no idea on this hero. No idea. As like a more brute slanted player, I kind of like how this hero interacts. You know, like pulping and barraging beatdown, say non-equipment cards. And funny enough, he blocks from hand with equipment cards, so that can get a little funky. It's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. I'm really excited to see this hero, but his playstyle is either going to work or it's not. It's not comparable to like how Dash.io is just going to be a puzzle, where I think you really can build this hero in a lot of different ways to potentially like crack where her ability is most useful. For Teklo, it's either the Evos are good enough or they're not. And if they're not good enough, then like this hero doesn't make sense. So in terms of hype, like I really want it to work, because then you're playing on a whole new axis in Mech. It's a new hero to plan around. Meta-wise, that's just playing so differently than anything we've seen before. But he's definitely not going to be like the most... well, yeah, easy to evaluate early on. I think like table play determines a lot in this hero. Whatever. No idea. I just have no idea. I'm going to hedge. I kind of want to call him A. There's also, Jim Maban points out something interesting here. Forgot about this. He does have a confirmed Demi hero that we don't know what it does. So if people are already pretty hyped on his playstyle, and yet there is this final component, the singularity, that we don't know what they do, what it does yet, it's obviously going to be additive in some capacity. Maybe even like game plan defining. So I kind of want to call him A. You got to do experimenting with this hero. Like, you just have to. He's so different. We've got Kuba saying, the question I want to ask is, does having access to Evos compensate for not having normal equipment pieces? Well, see, that's part of it. That's part of it. We will have to find out. There's cool things you can do with that new equip card. I think it's... Where is it? Where is it? It's the new instant. Where is it? This one. Equip a base equipment with Proto and its name from your inventory. So because of this, right, you could in theory start with Blade Break pieces of equipment. Like, not just to use this as a way to like play around the fact that maybe your equipment gets sniped, but you could in theory like play Tunic, right? Start Tunic. And then use Tunic to fix some of the weird cost curves on like your 4-cost Evo. Because, you know, those cost 4, right? So you don't want to pitch 2 cards for that in theory. If you can pitch a blue plus Tunic, maybe get the ball rolling on like 1 or 2 of those, then block with Tunic, and then use Fabricate later to like not lose your chest slot. That could be nuts. But once again, like, this is why you just have to, you got to do experimenting. You got to see how he is on the table, because the playstyle is just going to be so different. So much value is put into building up his armor, but then you are going to have to find time to do something proactive as well. You can't just be straight defense, I don't think. And the aggressive plays are just not great early. You know, they kind of hit that tipping point of being a decent rate at 2 Evos. It's like, how quick do those come out? No idea, man. No idea. I still want to call it an A. Because I want to see what happens here. And I want it to be exciting, and I want it to be good. Maybe in the end it's not very good, but it's going to force your opponent as well to kind of respect and understand Teklo's game plan. Where I think, for the most part, if you look at like how Max plays, your opponent can already kind of call that playstyle. Oh, you're just going aggressive. Teklo's so different. All right, Matthew, you DM'd me the deck. So is this for the public to see, or is this just for me? Is this for the public? The public, or just for me? What you gonna say, Matt? What you gonna say? Just show Teklo? I'll show Marco, and that's it. I'll forward it without looking. Oh, Matt can't decide. He's shaking at his keyboard. Does he want to leak the tech? You don't have to leak it. You don't have to leak it. We can keep it secret. At least for what? Are you gonna go to Milwaukee? You better go to Milwaukee. Here's the deal, Matt. Go to Milwaukee and just win. Oh yeah, share it. All right, he said share it. We're in. All right, let's make sure I don't leak any DMs. I don't even have fancy DMs. Sad. All right, this is -io. He swears. Oh no. Oh no. What has he done? Not this trash. Don't do this. Don't do this. It's just Tree Frog. But with new bad cards. Not like this. Alright, did you just make this in 2 seconds? Or have you actually played? Yeah. You made this as a meme. You dog. Alright, we're never looking at that again. That, folks, is what you call an F tier deck. Alright. Let's keep going. That's all the heroes. We're going at lightning speed. Teklo Leveler. If you have one or more Evos equipped, this gets, once per turn, attack. So, baseline, nothing. Once you have one Evo, pay 3 attack. 2 or more, this costs 2 less to activate. All of a sudden, it becomes a 1 for 2. Sick. 3 or more, it gets go again. 4 or more, it's a 1 for 3 go again. A 1 for 3 go again on a weapon is kind of crazy. I mean, it's like basically slap an induction chamber and plasma, like kind of, into one for this Teklo Leveler. It's going to cost you to get there, but this is great payoff to ramp into. I guess in the early game, though, I still have questions about, like, what are you doing? I guess you're just playing out Evos. Like, there's no way early game you want to play out these things. Like a 3-card 6. So you probably take your first 2 turns or so to just play out Evos, and then things start to get rolling. So I doubt you ever really care about, like, using it as 3. When you use it as 1, does that help any kind of cost curve? I don't know. I assume you're probably fitting in like some kind of boost cards in your deck. Or scrap cards or something. The scrap cards don't have go again, though. I don't know. It seems good, though. Seems fine. Like, what else are you going to run? It seems good. This card's like kind of perfect for him. Is it not? It seems just perfect for what he wants to do. We'll call it S. Because for Teklo, it is just perfect. Or am I wrong? Wait, it's the Prof's weapon, but worse? Oh, okay, hold up. We're not looking at the other weapons. The ones that came in round the table. So hold up, maybe that's a factor. I totally forgot about these. You're saying it's worse than Teklo Blaster? No, it's not. Oh no. Okay, to be fair though, I really did not think about these cards interacting with the new set, so yeah, that'll be a different day. When I'm back in like 3 weeks. No, I think it's like exactly what he needs to do. So how can you like pick a problem with it? It's maybe not the best weapon, but for what Teklo is going to be doing, it is perfect. I don't see what else you want. It's kind of a weird way to call it S, but like with the other heroes, the way that their weapons work, where it's like only a maybe on how Dash wants to play, most likely she ends up this way. Most likely. But it's not super clear that this weapon's insane enough. Same with Banksy. Like, you might want Hanabi instead to help the max game plan. But for the Teklo game plan, like, what else are you doing? Power B, Design S? Okay, yeah, so maybe we're getting funky with the ratings. Anyway, it's good. It's good for Teklo. Is he using Talishar? Actually, maybe. Maybe. Okay. Well, Singularity, we're here. We're here, and we cannot properly evaluate this card. In the early days, when the barcode was there, everyone was trying to figure out, like, what does the barcode mean? Turns out, nothing. There's no way to decipher this. It's just, like, basically blurred text. It doesn't mean anything, because it's what they did to the Evo head. Transform your hero, weapon, and 4 Evos you have equipped into... I assume this card's going to be insane. There's no way it's not. From what we've seen in the other Demi heroes with Levia was nuts. But Levia transforms at specific points in the game, right? Like, when you reset, your health is set to 8, set to 13. So, with this, we can't really judge, like, maybe, man, it's so weird. 6 cost red, and it's going to be a 1 of. So either it's at like some health total, where like you just play it every time you see it if it's live, and then it gets a lot better. But I don't know how the health total would reflect that, because if it's for like a niche point in the game where the health might hurt you rather than help you, and it's so conditional, and it's a 1 of, then, like, man, that is really... It's a singularity. It's like, how do you really pull that off effectively? It's asking for so much to kind of just be drawn in, like, a specific sequence. It's not easy to pitch back in, just being a red as well. I have no idea if it's, like, worth how... I mean, okay, it blocks 3. Screw, you're always going to play this. Whatever. We don't know half its text, so we can't give it a true rating. I mean, that's fair. But it's just a lot of this screams problematic to me. It's in your deck. It's a 1 of. It's already conditional. It's a red, and we know Demi heroes reset your life to some degree. It seems like if it comes up, it's going to be nuts. If it doesn't, then, you know, it blocks 3, and your opponent has to, like, think about playing around it. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Okay. We can't rate it yet anyway. Okay. Hyper X3. So the ruling on this, just FYI, the hyperdrivers underneath Hyper X do not count for Nitromechanoid. I do believe that was the ruling that just came out. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that's what people were holding out hope for. So you can stack up the hyperdrivers, and then Hyper X3 can, like, kind of... Oh, wait, yes, they do? Hold up. I'm going to have to pull up a screenshot off screen, because I swear I saw that they do not. 1 second. I just saw this. Give me a second. Let me find this. I might just have it backwards. Might just have it backwards. Oh, here you go. Okay. Here's what I had seen. Can you target hyperdrivers underneath Hyper X3 to satisfy the requirement of 3 hyperdrivers required to resolve? Oh, okay, actually, so that's different. To resolve the construct Nitromechanoid. To actually, like, build it. But then you can use it as requirement to attack afterwards. Right? Is that what the difference here is? No cards that are underneath the Hyper X3 are not in the arena and therefore cannot be targeted. Is that what's happening? They can still count as being under Nitromechanoid to attack. Okay. But not to resolve Nitromechanoid. Okay. So there you go. You can still construct the Nitro, but there have to be other hyperdrivers in field rather than the ones under Hyper X. But then once you are Nitromechanoid, you can use them to attack. Let's just take another look at Nitromechanoid as well. This might... I don't even own this card, so this might answer some questions here. Transform target mechanologist's head, chest, arms, legs, weapon, and 3 hyperdrivers. Okay, that was the question. You control into nitromechanoid. All right. Banish a card from under nitromechanoid attack. Okay, yep. There we go. Now it's making sense. Now it's making sense. I understand what that meant now. Cool. We're good. We're not stupid. Just a little bit. Whenever you banish a hyperdriver from boosting, put it under this. Okay. I mean, how many hyperdrivers are you going to have in your deck, though? Maybe 6? That's already kind of a lot. Once per turn, when a hyperdriver is put under this, if there are 3 or more hyperdrivers under this... Okay, hold up. Has anyone else noticed that in this set, this is used way too much? It's in, like, every Evo text. Like, everything they say is instead of, like, it, or instead of saying the name itself again, they say this. You'll see it as it comes up. You'll see it. But anyway, just like a pet peeve, I swear like every card says this like 2 more times than it should. Alright, once per turn when a hyperdriver is put under this, if there are 3 or more hyperdrivers under this, draw a card. Anything wrong with that? It just sounds clunky. In the past, it used to say like, whenever a hyperdriver is put under Hyper X3, if there are 3 more cards like under it, draw a card. Like something like this. It's for amnesia. Oh, that's interesting. That is an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, because in the past, cards weren't worded this way. And then amnesia came out and people were like, oh my god, Crippling Crush like can't see itself because it says like when Crippling Crush hits. Okay, I get it, Matt. Maybe that's the actual explanation. That's nuts. That's nuts. Okay, but for the card itself, with 9 drivers, your deck is 960 or 15% drivers. You need to banish 3 to get 1 draw, which means you need to boost 24 times to get your first draw on average. All right, another gamer. Thank you for doing the math for us. 24 times is basically half your deck gone just to boosting, your other half gone to like playing for the boost, right? So you're basically looking at no cards left in deck almost to get the draw off. That doesn't seem very good. Just get lucky. Oh, damn, Jim, you are right. You are right. Just hit the cards. Just hit the cards. All right. So it's not like this F tier is a real F tier. It's more like the Y tier. If you're running this card, you got to give me like a really strong answer as to why. Because it ain't obvious. It looks pretty bad. But skill diff wise, you could be looking at an S. Just skill diff them. So most people really are not hype on this. The art is insane though. Art is nuts. And it blocks 1 unlimited. For that, it's an S. Dang, pretty good. This is another legendary that we don't know. And then this card, I don't think... Does anyone have a concrete opinion on this card? I haven't seen anyone definitively like have a take on adaptive. Everyone's like, well, we'll see. We'll see. That's where I'm at. This could be an F or an S. It's where we're all at. This card is actually nuts. All right, well, Matt, you are a Tree Frog Dash stan, so I can't believe a damn thing you say. I kind of wish that this had AB on it. Am I crazy? Or would that have been, like, kind of a cool solve for what this card's trying to do? I mean, because there's no AB on any of the, like, limited playable Evos. And I think we're done seeing the Evos, right? So you'd figure they could have fit in kind of like an AB slot into Mech to help out Teklo somewhat. This could have been that card. But it doesn't. It doesn't say that. Best in-class arms if not running the Mechanoid deck? Is it really? Action 1, equip this to another zone. Alright, well, that wouldn't be relevant. When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +2 until end of turn. Blade Break? Yeah, that is best that is best arm slot, isn't it? Because it might block 3. It might block 3. Does that make it best? No. You don't want to give up an item for that. Unless, like, maybe you have a Teklo, like, core out, and then you realize, oh, I don't need the resources, and then maybe it blocks 3. I just, like, what is, What is this action really doing? Am I missing something? Equip this to another equipment zone. So you can move it around, but then what's the point of moving it? Is it to synergize with like the equip thing? The instant? Or like what is the point of... So it's like if another piece of equipment gets sniped somehow, then you can like adaptive and move it to a new zone to enable an Evo? Is that how you'd use this? I don't know. Evo needs a base. You can't Evo on top of this. Oh my god, so then what is going on here? Alright. This has got to be just a Y right now. This is a what's going on. What's going on? And I ask you, what's going on? Oh, that's a... You don't need to dig too deep into who that was impersonating. Oh my god. I'm embarrassed, I know that. Okay. Yeah, it's a Y. It's a Y. What's going on? What's going on here? Not sure. Leave it as an F. We got to figure it out, though. It's got to be something here. But I think if this had AB, it would make sense. If this had Arcane Barrier... Oh, no, but it's on a base. Oh, yeah, hold up. So that wouldn't solve the Teklo problem either. Because it's not a base equipment. Yeah. No idea then. Nah, S tier, you're smoking something? Matt, give me the use case. Give me a use case. You can register 3 of these. Okay. And then what? Busted. You can put 3 in your list. Busted. Dude, if you're trying to insane flex with your first ed dash deck, max rarity, like keyword boost only, triple adaptive plating cold foil, you can do it. Alright, that's it. The Cogworks base sets. Well, these are commons, so obviously draft focused here. These are base heads, so you got to figure, pretty important for how the Evos work in Limited. Like I said, I have not put much thought into Limited at all. But these ones are the Steam Counter, remove 1, shuffle Mech Attack from your action. Honestly, we can skip a lot of the Limited only stuff. I have not dug into Limited at all. Like I said, I'm not even going to play in pre-releases this weekend. I'm going to be gone. So we'll just get back to this later. I'm looking more at starting some of the constructed brews, not going to lie. In terms of the base equipment that you end up using, though, for Teklo, what are people thinking there? The base ones are good? Are they worth looking at? Okay, fine. Remove a Steam Counter from this, shuffle the Mechnologist attack. Okay, a little bit of recursion. Activate only if you've boosted. It doesn't destroy itself. That seems pretty decent. Remove a Steam Counter, gain 2. Seems pretty decent. Remove a Steam Counter, +1, only if you boosted. Minor, seems okay. Remove a Steam Counter, gain an action point, nuts. Alright, these are good. These are all good. Dang, Cogworks is like the rival company of Teklo. That's going to feel bad. That's going to feel awful. Teklo's going to start out with Cogworks. Maybe it's thematic. He starts out with Cogworks and he's like, man, I can do better. I can become more. But yeah, these do seem actually pretty good. These are good. These are good. Alright, I was questioning what's the base stuff. Well, there you go. These are all blade breaks, so you're vulnerable to getting sniped. And then these ones just do nothing, but they're tokens. So at minimum, Teklovossen is guaranteed the proto stuff, but he will likely try to draft, these. Okay, makes sense. Do we also have different pieces from the round the table? No, they're all proto. Alright. Alright, so these are S, because they're best in class. These are, C, because, you could pick them. And then these are... they're just tokens, so how can you complain? Fine, they're fine. Alright, Evo Steel Soul Memory. 4 cost, this is where the whole Tunic talk comes in. The whole, you could run Tunic as a chest. Use it to pay for Evos, and then sack it and replace it. A lot of steps, but it's really because of these cards. The 4 cost, right? If you have a base head equipped, transform it into this, then equip this. All right, what did I say about the this? This. It's all this. Transform it into this, then equip this. When this transforms from or into an Evo with a different name, your hero gets +1 until end of turn. If that Evo is a hero, instead this triggers twice. If that Evo is a hero, so I mean obviously that's the Demi hero in some capacity. Wait, how does that, hold up a second. When this transforms from or into an Evo with a different name, your hero gets +1. If that Evo is a hero, instead this triggers twice. So we're looking now at the Demi hero having the Evo keyword. Is that correct? The Demi hero is going to have the Evo keyword. Then you would transform it into this, because the singularity says transform your hero, your weapon, and your 4 Evos into the new guy. So in theory, the new guy is just one card because you're transforming all of the equipment underneath him. And if that's the case, then are you transforming the whole hero into the head? Am I missing something on this? Because as it reads, I don't think when you transform, you have your equipment anymore. So it's similar. It's going to be similar to Mechanoid, right? Like all your equipment is underneath. Yeah, so the new guy is just one. But you're going to Evo and just like be ahead for a second if you want this ability. But if you're transforming this onto a hero, transform normally says like put underneath. So what happens to your health? I assume the other side will explain. Yeah, actually, I'm sure we're just not seeing the entire text here to like make it make more sense. I don't get it. You would replace your hero with this, but then where's your life? Because transform says you put it underneath. You would lose your life. That thing doesn't become part of the arena. All right, so I don't know. Something's going to happen with that. Something's going to happen with that. When this transforms, your hero gets +1 if that Evo is a hero. When this Oh, wait, I'm missing it. Hold up. This is already in play, and then you transform into the hero. So it's not after. Yes. When this transforms from or into. Yeah. Okay, I get it. This is in play already. You transform into the hero. That's when this triggers. All right, in my head, you had to play this on top of the hero somehow to get the effect. But never mind. All right, cool. This is cool stuff. +2 intellect seems pretty good. We don't know how much intellect this Demi hero would have. Maybe it's kind of like a data doll type thing where it only has 3. So when you transform this way, it's like that kind of burst of power before you teeter out. Hard to judge these, honestly. They all want to be part of what you're transforming into the singularity with. For like that second text, obviously. But just baseline, this is all good. The first time you transform it, you gain +1 anyway. So you go from 4 to 5. I mean, that's pretty good. That one turn. So it buys you back a little bit of the fact that your turn was just transform into, or transform your head. Oh man, Teklovossen is melting my brain. I don't know if you can get away with how slow those turns might be. I mean, you're getting a lot of armor. Like, the temper here is nuts. Weak to shred, though. Weak to shred. Assassins rise up. I think these are all probably pretty good. I'm going to call them all A. A so far. I mean, it's not like you're not going to run them in a Teklo deck. +1 intellect. We haven't really seen an effect for intellect that easy to pull off before. Well, easy. Thought I might... still might sneeze. Nope. Okay, nope. Oh, yikes. Okay. The chest one, giving you 3 resources So these are not likely going to get played from hand, or at least this one isn't. Because you wouldn't want to play this from hand as your action without like an extra action point from Crank or something to gain 3 resources, then pass turn. Huh. So they're all part of a bigger plan. Like you can have this built up in your Banish Zone and then Teklo in. I mean, not too many pieces because the effect itself cost a blue. So you'd have to pay a blue and then still pitch into the Evos. Wow, this deck's going to be interesting to build. Huh. Yeah, it plays them as an instant, I know, but it's still expensive. So your turn is asking a lot. Blue for Teklo. And then blue plus Tunic, or another one or something, to like bring in the Evo Soul from your Banish. You do get a card draw out of this, though. So then that changes what's happening. In theory, the 3 resources then go to like playing out one of these because they will likely, only cost that 3. That could be like really swingy. That card draw needs to land. And that buys it back quite a bit of kind of the card inefficiency. Wow, seems really good. Seems really good. All A's, all A's. This one, you may put an attack action card with 6 from your graveyard into your deck as the 5th from the top. All right. 5th from the top. So what's the point of that? You put it 5th from the top when this resolves. So you're going to Teklo out, draw a card. That happens first. Then Soul Controller. So that 5th card still ends up being the top of your next hand. You won't draw that exact hand. Unless you've got like the +1 intellect also going. Then it is. So it's going to be the top. Unless you draw 5. Or fit in another card draw to like make sure you draw it in hand. So you're not planning for like your exact next turn. That's interesting. The 1-of card makes this an A. You're talking about Singularity still? But we just don't know everything that this does. But yeah, obviously, like this has some huge part to play. Obviously. Yeah, Teklo allows you to draw a card, but this would happen first. You may play your next Evo this turn as an instant. When you do... Oh, no. It's when you do draw a card. Oh, okay. I thought it was like you pay into this and draw a card as well. So you're saying you let this play as an instant, you play Soul Controller, it resolves, then you draw. Okay, so actually that does work out, right? Because then you're drawing a card and then guaranteeing that the 5th from the top means it's in your next hand because you drew a card off of Teklo. Isn't that right? How it would work? You announce Teklo, you pay into Evo Soul Shield, whatever. Let that resolves because it's got to transform whatever. And then Teklo lets you draw a card after. Because it's looking to resolve the Evo Soul? Or does it resolve first? I don't know. So, someone let me know. Someone let me know in chat. When you do draw a card, I feel like that would resolve before the effect here. The last one, when this transforms from or into an Evo with a different name, gain 1 action point. If that Evo is a hero, instead, this triggers twice. Interesting. Okay, so in this one in particular, for it to get like great use on the flip here, so this is an action itself. You're flipping and then like gaining action points immediately on that same turn to then likely do something pretty nasty. This one seems pretty important to flip into to kind of like maintain immediate, well, we'll say tempo. Because otherwise you're playing into Singularity and then you don't have an action point after the fact. So the legs seem pretty important. You have this out, you transform, boom, you have an action point. In theory, that unlocks something crazy for you to do once you're the Demi hero. Maybe not. That one seems pretty good, though. Seems pretty good. None of the abilities trigger without an Evo base or the Singularity card. Oh, yeah, I mean, obviously Teklo's locked to needing the base stuff. That's why he's so hard to just baseline evaluate. Like, his deck is completely new from the ground up. It's not looking at kind of the tried and tested mech core. Yeah, Foundry Heart, nuts. You know, look for max V turns. Like, you know, Pistol Plant. Like, this deck is just so different. So different. So it has to be with the proto bases, which everyone seems to think the Cogworks ones are the best. I think I agree. All right, I mean, they all seem good. It's not like you're not going to play them, right? Why wouldn't you play them? They're blue block 3s at the end of the day. Blue block 3s. You want more Evos so you can scrap them and have more options with Teklo. It's not like you aren't going to play them. Those aren't the right bases? What are you talking about? When you have a base chest equipped. This is a base chest. How's this the wrong equipment? You need the 2 cost? Why?
Just to thank you for recent tournament coverage.
Oh, Scott, thank you for the $5 donation. Recent tournament coverage, still coming your way, my friend, like I mentioned. To trigger the ability? Wait, why? When this transforms from or into an Evo? Oh, from an Evo. Oh, is that the keyword? From an Evo. And these are not Evo. Oh, is that what's happening? And these are Evo. Ah. So for these abilities to trigger, you can't go from base. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see. Or, when you play it, it is transforming into an Evo. When this transforms from or into an Evo with a different name. No. So it needs to trigger from a Evo base. Or an Evo thing. Yeah. Different name, because it wouldn't count itself transforming into this. Okay. We're missing steps to fully explain how these work, but, you know, I'm getting it. So for the triggers to really go through, that's quite the game plan. You can transform this from any base. From the first text. For the effect, you have to transform it from an Evo piece. So you have to go from Cogworks, for example, to the Evo whatevers into the final form here. Okay. So now we've got all the other Evos then. The other Evos. Because you will need to get some in-between evolutions going for those triggers. Oh my god, this is so much to look at. But because this is transforming into an Evo piece, wouldn't it trigger? No, I don't think so, because it's saying when this transforms from or into an Evo with a different name. So when this transforms into an Evo, it is looking for a different name. So it doesn't see itself. It's looking for a different name. Is how I'm reading it now. Thanks to chat. So then, there are more Evos to play. Oh my god, there's so much to look at. All right, there's the instance, which I love this art. Oh my goodness. It's a full art piece, and then they like chopped it up for all the different cards. What really gets me, though, is the ones that look like a little too cyberpunk. I just do not see this happening in Wraith. Granted, you know, we're there on like a lot of fronts, honestly. But if you told me like this guy exists in the world of Wraith, I'd be like, okay, sure. Like he's, instead of magic, it's like some weird like magic tech that he stumbled into, you know, similar to Arcane. But now you're looking at literal like skyscrapers and like neon lighting. I'm like, man, is that Wraith? It starts to push it a little bit for me, a little bit. Anyway, Evo Circuit Breaker. If you have a base head equipped, transform it into X hyperdrivers you can... Oh wait, transform it and X hyperdrivers you control into this, then equip this. If you do, the next time that you would be dealt damage this turn, prevent twice X of that damage. Okay, so you're sacking your hyperdrivers to prevent twice the amount of hyperdrivers. You sack 2 hyperdrivers, you block 4 damage on this card. But sacking 2 hyperdrivers is kind of a lot. But you're stacking them underneath the circuit breaker. So in theory, for your Nitro Mechanoid game plan, that's just giving you more and more and more attacks. So it just feeds into that plan, right? Also an instant speed. So it lets you do something with those hyperdrivers on defense. Whenever you boost, you may destroy a card under this. Oh, okay, other text. Didn't even read it. When you boost, you may destroy a card under this. If you do, shuffle 2 attack action cards from your banish zone into your deck. Okay, never mind about Nitro Mechanoid. You actually have play with those cards underneath from this alone. So, from just the transform, you have at least 1 card underneath you with the base. And it's looking for the base anyway. Whenever you boost, you can destroy that base card. If you do, shuffle 2 attacks. So baseline, you're using 1 card in deck to shuffle in 2 cards. With a higher ceiling of being able to block damage with hypers. I don't know. Is that... Seems okay. In terms of longevity, like, Max probably likes this, right? Max needs to conserve deck, in theory, since he's boosting like a madman. I can see this card being okay. We're going to look at the set as a whole, though. I think this one's probably fine. This one's probably fine, like B. Maybe B. We got the chess piece. Alright, same text. Whenever you boost, you may destroy a card under this. If you do, gain 2. So in a hyperdriver heavy deck, I mean, you're getting a lot of free resources off the hypers because you're giving up Foundry Heart in theory. Maybe you're not, though, for like a dash kind of, for like a max kind of deck. So, seems okay, but it's like not a unique role that the chest could fill. You can do this with the Foundry Heart anyway. Facebreaker, this is the arms. Whenever you boost an attack action card, you may destroy a card under this. If you do, the attack gets +2. So that's not once per turn. And that actually gets a lot more interesting. Because in theory, you stack this up with like 3 hyperdrivers and you're trying to get over blocks. Then what you can do with this is say, okay, I've got like 4 cards banked up. 4 is probably a lot. Let's say 3. 2 hyperdrivers in the base. Banked up over Evo Facebreaker. This is your go turn. You go boost +2, boost +2, boost +2. You're like putting all of a Teklo Pounder into 1 card for 1 turn. That seems pretty good. This one, yes, Teklo Foundry is saying in the chat, this one does seem pretty strong. Pretty strong. You actually want the prevention because you want hyperdrivers under this, and then you're putting all of that damage into a singular powerful turn. Oh wow, woo. And Mech was not a deck that fought for its arm slot, really. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my cat's underneath me. It freaked me out. Okay, I like this one. I like this one a lot. Last one is looking for a Quicken token. So it just saves you some boosting, but then that's like a little counter to... I mean, all the other ones like need you to be boosting more, and look, the whole deck probably wants you to boost. That one seems kind of mid. This one's nuts. This one seems okay. This one, kind of mid. This one seems kind of bad. So I don't know. I think overall, then we have to give the kit probably like a B rating overall. B rating overall, but I think this is a standout. Am I wrong? Let's see. Let's see. Another gamer says the arms and chest. Okay, actually, so you are high on the chest. I just don't know if you run this over Teklo Foundry Heart. This seems like, if you're just boosting like crazy, this isn't better than just running Foundry Heart. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. You do give up Foundry Heart? You do give up Foundry. Oh, no. Heart is better. Heart is better. Or we do give it up or we don't. What you saying, Teklo? What you saying? You're agreeing with me. Okay, yeah. Okay, see? Yeah, that's my read. I don't think you give a Foundry Heart for this one. It doesn't seem good enough. This is still taxing, like, a card from hand. Like, you drew this card to put on a bad chess piece. Which, for an aggressive deck, is slowing you down a lot. It doesn't seem to be adding into how you really win the game. Whereas, like, the Facebreaker is. It actively is saying, you weren't really doing much with your arm piece anyway, and now your arm piece is going to deal you like 6 true damage on a turn. All right, C overall though, C overall, but probably like a on this. C overall, but A on this one. So C overall, just gonna update this for the visuals. But A on this one. I think I like that. This card is exciting. Very exciting. Chest is basically a CC-fied Vest of the First Fist. Okay. Sure. 2 resources. You know what other card says 2 resources? Vest of the First Fist. Why not throw them in a comparison together? Sure. Okay. Next set of Evos, though. Next set. So now I know the format of these. The first, like, cost line is going to be the same. What's different is, like, the resource or, like, quicken or damage effect. Those are the differences. Okay. If you have a base head equipped for this, transform it into this, then equip this. So much this. Once per turn instant, destroy a card under this. Your next weapon this turn gets when this hits. Oh my god, I can't do it. When this hits, draw a card. Blade break. You know, like these thises are fine, but it's when this says this so much that it's getting to me. Destroy a card under this. Your next weapon attack gets when this hits, draw a card. All right. Your next weapon attack this turn specifically. So more limiting. It's an instant though. In theory, you would do this as a reaction, right? They say no blocks in your weapon. You say, okay, destroy a card under this. This weapon is going to draw this card when this hits. Boom, this. Blade break 3. Interesting flexibility. So I feel like if you're going the command center route, you're like giving up on doing anything more with your Evo slot. Like there's no way you want to play this out and then not end up getting the Blade Break 3 out of it. Like why would you do that? You're paying 3 like just for this effect. And then not get the Blade Break 3 out of it. I feel like these probably aren't like constructed cards. This seems really strong for limited though, in theory. Oh, it says your next weapon. Oh, never mind. It says your next weapon. Okay. Can't transform this anyways. It's not a base. Well, no, we're talking about transforming eventually into these, because these want to transform from an Evo. Wait a second. Is this still wrong? Hold up. People in chat were saying these need to transform from an Evo. But this does say base chest. So how do you transform into these? Oh, it's these. Oh, okay. These are just totally different. These say base. Okay, we're just not to the base ones yet. I got it. My first time looking at these cards. I got it. So there's a different base set that we're just not to yet. I get it. All right, so these are not Steel Soul cards anyway. No reason to look at them that way. Cool, then these seem fun. Your next weapon this turn costs 1 less to activate. Your next weapon gets +1. You may attack an additional time with target weapon. I mean, for draft, these seem quite good, right? Like you're just saying at some point, you are upgrading your base weapon that you're getting as a token anyway, right? Like everyone's going to have these as tokens. Because these are rares, you probably find them in draft, and then you're saying, okay, I now get this like hit effect, probably, you know, just once per turn or once per game. Like you're not going to have multiple cards underneath. And then get to Blade Break 3 out of it. So you're only like spending 1 card in deck. You know, you're pitching 3, but you're spending only 1 card in deck to block 3 on demand later and give you a marginal hit effect. I think these seem okay. They seem okay. Not constructed cards, I don't think. But for draft, like, how can you hate on them? They seem fine. For draft. Just call them a B. I don't think these are CC cards. That's my read. This is interesting. We're missing 38, 39, 40, 41. We're missing 1 more Evo set, because that's 4 cards. Or did we know these and they're just not updated? That's a whole Evo set. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, hopefully it's an Arcane Barrier Evo. That's a good call. That's a good call. Bob Cav... Okay, well, you're on screen. I don't have to read the name. Interesting. Yeah, I would hope it's Evo. I could also see it, now that I've gone through more of the Evos, I could also see it being some other kind of base set, so that you're not stuck with just the pretty linear progression of base into Sentry into Soul. I think that's maybe more likely. Because as of now, the only like mid-tier bases are this one set. Unless Round the Table... Oh no, Round the Table doesn't say it. Dang. I thought maybe those said base. Okay. So the Evo Sentry, I like the art on these, but it's like, it's just so not Wraith for me, but that's okay. That's okay. If you have a base head equipped, transform it into this, then equip this. Love it. Oh, I'm going to enjoy reading this text box. It's so easy. Just have to conquer THIS. Battle-worn 2? I mean, cool. It's just tanky. It helps you get there. You are just getting there. Gaining a bit more life. Build into these. Just makes sense. Nothing flashy. This is once per turn. So in theory, you can get, once again, a pretty nice tunic curve off if you pay into Evo Sentry, then pay blue, or not Evo Sentry, pay into Teklo, pay blue into Evo Sentry, have one floating, use Tunic. Then you can play out 2 of these in one turn. So Tunic really does help that initial curve of getting these out. You'd have to have one in hand, you have to have one in Banish, but then like 1 blue, or actually 2 blues gets you there. Seems good. Do they all just say Battle-worn 2? That's it? Battle-worn 2? Yeah, these are pretty good. These seem pretty good. Like, not crazy, but they're solid cards. Tunic seems ass. You have to block and fabricate later just to get your 4th Evo. Yeah, but that's what... that's kind of the early consensus on how to make best use of the cost curve with a card that you're obviously running heavy counts of anyway and fabricate. No, like, obviously don't know if it's good, but that seems to be what people are talking about in fixing the cost curve of, like, kind of how funky the 4s and 2s are. And the fact that you do have a way out of, like, Tunic as a chess piece if you're trying to go full Evo. Which, the full Evo, the payoff there is in Singularity. So in theory, you have time to do that. I don't know. Who knows if it's good? Who knows if it's the good way to play? But Tunic is just like the obvious card to fix cost curves. And cost curve wise, we are looking at like these turns are pretty good when Tunic's not up. It's just cool. 2 card 6 hit effect. Boom. Right? Because this is going to get reduced, and that's that. But to play out some of the bigger Evos to not just like waste cards inefficiently would be a Tunic curve. Anyway. All right, 2 more sets that we know of so far. Evo Data Mine. Oops, say this. If you have a base head equipped, transform it into this, then equip this. Once per turn instant, destroy a card under this, draw a card, then put a card from your hand on top of your deck. Blade Break. All right, so once again, these are not the Evo bases, so we don't have to worry about the big boy Teklo stuff. Cool. Commons. These are draft cards. That's what we got to understand first and foremost. So rather than play into these, the command centers, which are giving you like that one-time effect, and Blade Break, block 3, these do not cost you a card to pitch into. They're turning your token into a Blade Break 2, and then are giving you like more marginal effects. Draw a card under this, draw a card, then put a card from your hand on top of your deck. So it's not like a true draw card effect, okay? Put a steam counter on an item you control with Crank. Okay, once again, like, pretty marginal. It's just a steam counter. Put an item with 1 or 0 from your hand into the arena. So it's minus a card, but saves you an action point. Destroy a card from under this, create a Quicken token. These seem pretty good. The effects aren't, like, nuts, but nor should they be. I mean, They cost your action upgrade. You're upgrading like a 0 block card in theory if your baseline is like just the proto stuff. This. If you have like a Teklo piece, maybe you just use that as Blade Break 1 and like don't worry too hard about spending a whole card to upgrade it. But if you have the non-block slots, these seem pretty okay. These seem pretty okay. I wonder if you play Teklovossen and spam these out to upgrade quickly. Oh, I see. So instead of going for the Evo steel stuff, the big boys, since Singularity only says 4 Evos, then you just spam these out, right? It doesn't cost you anything. In the fact that, like, this is a red pitch anyway. Actually, that doesn't really do anything for how you need to play it. It's going to cost you 2 blues no matter what. I could see it. These seem... They're fine. They're fine. Not constructed playable, I don't think. But they're solid draft cards. Solid draft cards. They said internally, aggro Teklovossen exists. And James White liked your tweet, so you're reading it as a clue. Ah, interesting, interesting. I like that theory. Teklovossen. Teklovossen is what I've heard it called, which is pretty cool. All right, solid cards, solid cards. Last Evo set that we got in the set, another common slot, so it's mostly draft that we're looking at still. If you have a base head equipped, transform it into this. Okay, it's same stuff. When this is equipped, you may banish a card from your hand. If you do, draw a card. Oh, so these are the instants. We're back to another instant set like the Evo Atom Breakers, which are probably not going to be constructed, or draft pieces. They're M's after all. So is this the only instant speed draft playable Evos that we're really looking at? I mean, as of now, I think so, right? Because we haven't seen these yet. These might be like instant Evo bases. I could... Ooh, that might make sense, actually. But we haven't seen them yet. We had to wait. Evo Zoom Call. Love the name. Love the name. When this is equipped, you may banish a card from your hand. If you do, draw a card. All right, go fast. You're going to play this just to cycle a card. I don't know if that sounds great. You're going down a card in hand just to cycle a card. That's a little suspicious. Little suspicious. When this is equipped, gain 1. You're turning a yellow pitch into 1 resource. When this is equipped, up to 1 target attack gets +1. You're spending a card for +1. When this is equipped, up to 1 target attack gets +1. Okay, these seem bad, right? Okay, no. Someone in chat is pointing out you can banish. Yeah. You can banish an Evo to play with Teklo. Okay. So they don't necessarily have to come from hand. They don't have to come from hand. That's always true. You can Teklo them out. In draft, these are maybe passable. Maybe passable. But you're not doing much by kind of cheating these out as an instant. They were instants anyway. I guess it's just to like save you from playing from hand. But like, how do you get them in grave? Not easily, because they don't block anything. So you have to banish these like from deck with boosting or something. Ooh, I don't like these. I don't like these at all, I don't think. I think these are bad. They block 0, right? Like, and you can't even upgrade these into the Evo because they're not an Evo base. So I guess all they're enabling is the Teklovossen like check of how many Evos you have. Okay, they seem probably like the worst ones, but they do fulfill a role. They probably go in your Teklovossen deck because you need Evos for the like the big tank stuff to get reduced and like for his weapon, right? And you can play them not from hand. How they're gonna get in banished? Well, good luck. I think in theory, since they're yellow, maybe you can just like get away with pitching them every once in a while, which is not bad. Because blocking with them won't feel great. That's the wrong card. Blocking with them won't feel great. They have 0 block. You are allowed to put them on the combat chain, but they will block 0. Yeah, I don't like these. They seem like the weakest. But they're functional for exactly what Teklovossen needs to pull off his weapon. And these suckers. Will I build Teklovossen? Yeah, I think I would. He seems pretty interesting. I unfortunately probably won't buy too much of this set until like literally Worlds. I mean, I won't really be going to any like armories or events to play. So there's no reason for me to pick up like good stuff and brew early, but I'll definitely play on like Talishar and stuff. And if things seem right for either Worlds or like a side event at Worlds, whatever, then yeah, I'll bite the bullet and get in. But I'm not going to be going crazy and building anything in paper too early. All right, now we have the next slew of these Teklovossen slanted cards. Not like they're only Teklovossen cards. You could run these in any of the heroes because they're only checking for Evos. But I think in constructed, they make their way more towards a Teklovossen deck than the others. But in limited, they're for everybody. If you have one or more Evos equipped, this gets, when this hits a hero, destroy all defending card. Wait, this. Oh my god, I got thrown off by this just floating. When this hits a hero, destroy all cards defending this. Something's just like, in the past, didn't this say it? Or something? It's just, it doesn't read right. I'm telling you. Interesting art. Once again, I just don't see this in the world of Wraith, not gonna lie. That's like, I don't know Gundam, but like, this looks like some Gundam thing. Like this body style. I feel like I've seen this before. Maybe like in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think there's like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card that looks like this. I don't remember. But this stat line is like pretty across the board for a lot of these cards. 6 cost, 6 attack, 3 block. But when you have 1 or more, it gains a hit effect. When you have 2 or more, it only costs you a blue. When you have 3 or more, it gains overpower, which is an interesting keyword, this limited set. Because it considers like action cards specifically as like how overpower interacts. And funny enough, when you like upgrade some of these weapons, or not weapons, when you upgrade some of the armor, they are still action cards, which is quite interesting. Quite interesting. It is Gundam. Okay. So when this hits, destroy all cards defending this. I mean, this one only seems that good if your opponent blocks with cards and then you like flash in an instant Evo. So when are you doing that? You're only doing that when you pay 6 into it. So you're looking at a 3-card 6 with holding back another card, like either an instant arsenal or something. Your opponent goes, I'm a block, but not fully block. And then you go instant, boom, gains a hit effect. That doesn't seem that good. Like as a surprise hit effect, this one seems very mid. And to get it over the top, you'd have to... Are there like instant speed plus ones? Was that somewhere? Didn't one of these say like instant speed plus 1? No, that's when this is equipped. Oh, okay, here you go. All right, well, it's the same deal. So this one can like kind of cheese it. Didn't this one also do it? Once per turn, instant destroy card under this, your next weapon. No, that's weapon. That is weapon. All right, maybe there wasn't a card that did this. This is the closest one to what I was envisioning in my head. But to really like cheese out this hitting is like adding pummel or something. I don't know about that. This one doesn't seem great. Doesn't seem great. I don't know what I'm missing on this. You could also instant in from 3 to 4 to get over their block. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. So when you're already playing it as a good rate, okay, we really scale. When you're already playing it as a good rate because of the 3 cost, you then pump in a 4th and go over blocks. All right, I like that. I like that. I like that one more. It's also a better effect when overpower is active. That's true, but if overpower is active, you just wouldn't block it, right? Just let it be vanilla 6. It also doesn't remove their block. It just destroys the cards after damage. Yeah, because it's after the hit effect. Okay. Not super impressed. I think this one is... I'm gonna call it a C. I don't know. People don't seem super hyped on the, I don't see people in chat saying, Annihilate your engine is freaking broken, you don't understand. It's got cute play. It's got cute play, sure. But I don't see this one being like the real powerful hit effect here. I ain't seen it. I ain't seen it. Terminator Tank. One of the early reveals. I love the art on this because it reminds me of District 9 Mech. Well, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. And look at this mech. The District 9 mech. It's... Actually, is it that similar looking at it again? I mean, okay, this is more slight than I remember in the movie, honestly. But it's got like the missile shoulder pads, right? Right, there they are, there they are. Smaller though, smaller. It's got kind of like the, well, in this one, the antenna, it does have antenna, right? Yeah, there's antenna, look, antenna. Kind of like the mouth thing going on. This like weird, kind of like outward bend of the body. Similar to what's going on here, kind of, where like the joints are a little forward. Okay, maybe it's not as similar as I initially thought, but that was my first impression, was, oh man, that's like from District 9. Beefier version maybe. If you have one or more Evos equipped, this gets, when this hits a hero, they discard a card. Now see, this one's more interesting. A lot more impactful, because this punishes your opponent for not blocking, which is different than how this one punished your opponent for blocking. But when you're looking at like otherwise vanilla damage, then you want to ignore these. But now this one is saying, if you're letting this hit, you're going to discard a card. So now all the cheeky, like flashing in the 4th Evo, flashing in like the +1, looks a lot stronger. A lot stronger. So I think this one's got to be nuts. This has got to be one of the better ones. I haven't looked at them all. But just from the initial read, probably an A. Like discarding a card on hit, the same scaling with all the other Evos. Like these stats just at some point look insane. A 2-card 9, like why are you playing Levia? You know, at that point. At that point. This one's got to be good. Got to be good. Got to be good. War Machine. Straight out of Iron Man. When this hits a hero, destroy all cards in their arsenal. Alright, same deal. More play, though, around this one, because you just don't have to have an arsenal, so a little bit more situational. Can't call it as strong as Terminator Tank, because you're always going to have cards in hand. You won't always have cards in arsenal. I think this one still has to be likely around an A in power level, maybe like a B. But if you're looking at filling out this role, like you want more of these like 2-card 6s that late game are 2-card 9s, this one's got to be up there. If not main board, then like Ryan is saying, at least versus maybe like Rangers or something. Could be, could be. I think it's got to be good though. It's got to be good. All right. Demolition Protocol. All right, so now we've got this new Evo upgrade keyword. I'm not sure I love them adding this kind of keyword similar to like Soul Flare, but then they explain exactly what it does every time. Like, what's the point of putting the keyword if you just like repeat the exact effect and it's not even some kind of reminder text? Not a huge fan of that. I don't come from like a huge history of card games though, so I don't know if this is just like standard. But I feel like when you look at Magic cards, if there's a keyword, at some point, it's just a keyword. And sometimes that's like a lot to learn. You gotta go look up what every keyword means. But it is weird that when they add these in, there's no like reminder text part of it. They're just calling it Evo upgrade and then giving it a text box when it is just like the effect baseline. It really has nothing to do with this Evo. It's like a way to categorize the similar styles of effect, but I don't see them ever shortening the text. It's odd. It's odd. Makes it easy to see the keyword without having to read the whole thing. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Kind of at a glance, you get an idea of, okay, this is an Evo upgrade card. But like these don't have a keyword. I guess it's more so because of how they're formatted. At a glance, you can read it similarly. Like, okay, these cards are all going to be relatively similar. All right, all right. I'll curb my complaints about the weird text of this set. But some of these cards, man, there's that double boost card that has the exact, actually, DK Gaming is saying it right here. There's that double boost card that says the entire reminder text of boost twice. It's like, it's got to be a meme at that point. Like, who needs that? This one. It's just funky. It's just funky. Something about the like syntax of this set is just like not perfect for me, but you know, that's okay. That's okay. I think it's the first set where I've had a problem like that, so we can get over it. We can get over it. Demolition Protocol. Evo upgrade. When this attacks a hero, remove all steam counters from up to X equipment, items, and or weapons they control, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. So 3 for 7, 3 block, good stats across the board. You can remove steam counters from equipment, items, weapons they control, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. So up to 4. Up to 4 in theory. So straight mirror match type of card. Mech versus mech. You have the right amount of Evos. You just like wipe steam counters, which in theory, if you look at kind of how normal Dash plays right now, steam counters equate to like a resource in a way. You know, if there's a steam counter on a pistol, if there's a steam counter on plasma, those are a resource that was put there. So it's a way to like sap resources, but then also get with some of the other items, maybe like force them to self-destruct. I think some of the items say like, you know, go into your turn if no steam counter, like they blow up. So I think the ceiling is probably like wiping a board of those items. The floor is just like sapping resources. But do you actually play this card? It would have to be mech versus mech type of like mirror match. Is that the metagame you're in? You also need to play into Evos. I mean, it seems like a little fringe, but it's got to be good, right? Like that effect is pretty good. I'm gonna call this solid. Call this a solid card. It needs to be for an Evo-centric mech that is trying to beat the mech mirror. But it's a when attack effect versus like a when it hits effect. So they're just really juicing up this card because it's already like a good breakpoint, good value play. And they gave it a when it attacks trigger, which is not something you can interact with. Yeah, so it's solid. It's probably actually an A, but you know, I don't know if the meta develops around like mech needing to beat mech, so we'll leave it. That card's pretty good though. I think so. I think so. Pulse Wave Protocol. When this attacks a hero, they reveal X cards from their hand, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. Choose an action card with defense less than X, then add it to the chain as a defending card. So it's like a Pulse Wave Harpoon. It's in the name, Pulse Wave Protocol, but based on Evos instead of boosting. Yellow, 6-tack. I mean, they're just giving these cards free stats because the stats don't even matter. It's when it attacks. Wow, that is such a... Ooh, that is a powerful, powerful streak of design there. It's just a when it attacks. This card's got to be great. That's got to be nuts. Like, holy crap. This is, man, you talk about, like, looking at brute cards and you're just, like, head-scratching a bit. This is one of the reasons why. Like, man, they are putting a lot on this card. What's it missing? What's it missing? It's like the right cost curve. It only costs you a blue. Your deck's like hella blue anyway. It's 6, so it's got like the anti-phantasm, whatever. It's a high value for 1 card. Blocks 3. It's a when it attacks effect. It's like inherently synergy with like a non-random playstyle because you're putting Evos in your deck anyway. What's the trade-off? Jesus Christ. All right, now I feel the pain that brutes feel. I mean, I feel it. I feel it now. You start to make direct comparisons. Like, whew. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, this card's pretty good. This card's pretty good. All right. Magnetic Protocol. Yeah, it's missing the block 4. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's missing the galvanized text, actually. It's kind of underpowered if you look at it. The defending hero must defend this with X equipment they control, with -1 counters if able, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. Okay, so now you're getting into the blue, the 5. Less relevant stats-wise across the board, but still high value for a blue. High value for a blue. The defending hero must defend this with X equipment they control with -1 counters. So there is play around this one. It's a when it attacks effect, but it's only hitting your opponent who has blocked with like battle-worn style equipment before. And it doesn't even really like punish the fact that they were blocked with. So this one's not great. Now it starts to fall off. Now we're getting back into like brute design space now. This one's pretty mid. This one's pretty mid. I don't know about just like bad, because in the same vein of like mech versus mech, it seems like fine. You know, maybe you hit some kind of like actually yeah, Shane's saying it in the chat. Made to mess up an enemy Teklo. Yeah, like that kind of thing probably makes this fine. It's a blue block 3 that has just inherent scaling synergy with your evos. So it's like, we're going to put it to B. There's no way you can like call this bad, I don't think. Call it B. Call it B. But man, you compare it to like this sucker. Whew, Lord. All right. Steel Street Enforcement. We're getting through a lot of the M's here. Oh, these guys are in the thumbnail for today. While this is defending, oh, it also has flavor text. Is this the first card with flavor text that we've seen, actually? Most of these have been so text heavy. Oh, hell yeah. Get to read some flavor text. Here we go. Stability is the bedrock of Metrix City, as peace and profit go hand in hand. They're robots, right? If they're robots, I don't know why they get a name like Isha, but is what it is. While this is defending, it gets plus X, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. Okay, so now the inverse. This is a blocking card. Oh yeah, look at that. It is just block. It's that new... It's the new Chivarly keyword. Chivarly. This card's just like my Chivarly. Okay, so... Wait, actually, hold up. I gotta show that again if no one saw this. This is what we're referencing. In the round the table set, there's a typo on the hammer that says if you have a Chivarly or Chivarly in your pitch zone, this gets +1. Anyway, just having fun with that. Okay. When this is defending, it gets plus X, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. Seems pretty bad. The ceiling of this is a block card, so it only ever pitches blue, or literally blocks. And its ceiling is blocking 5 on a blue, whereas most of the time it probably blocks 3 on a blue, but then that's all it does, is block 3 and be a blue. Which, to be fair, a lot of cards make the cut for that reason alone. So I guess the difference you're looking at is, do you want the ceiling of blocking 5, or do you want the flexibility of your blue block 3 doing something else? And no, you cannot play blocks from Arsenal, asks James. You cannot. The only way to play blocks from Arsenal, funny enough, is if it has the ambush keyword, which is in this set. I believe it is here. Ambush. While this is in your arsenal, you may defend with it. That's the only way you can play out a block card. So, good luck. If you arsenal a block card, it is just stuck there. It is just stuck there. Alright, this one does not seem very good. This one does not seem great. I feel like most of the time, if you want a blue block 3 in your deck, you'd rather it do something other than just exactly be a blue block 3 that maybe blocks 4 or 5. But I could be wrong. Blocking 5 at times is like a relevant breakpoint in and of itself, not just for value, but like, I want to block 5 on an arrow. So maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. But that requires you to get to 5 Evo. So I think we'll call it a little fringe. It doesn't probably make the cut. Probably doesn't make the cut. I mean, at 4 Evo, it's 5. If Singularity counts as 5, it could go as far as 6. Ooh. Okay, 1 card blocking 6 is quite the powerhouse, because now that protects you from a lot more breakpoints. If that's where you can push this thing, then never mind. I think that gets a bit better. Alright, we'll still call it fringe, though. C is just fringe. No, we're not calling it bad. We're not calling it straight bad. It's just fringe. Alright. Heavy artillery. The defending hero can't defend with... Oh my god, this. Every time I see that word, my brain skips a beat. The defending hero can't defend this with attack action cards with cost less than X, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. Okay. Baseline. It's a 2-card 6. It's going to cost you a whole blue for it. No actual hit effect, so it's just like pushing raw damage a bit more awkwardly for your opponent to deal with. The defending hero can't defend this with attack action cards with cost less than X, where X is the number of Evos. So it's just attack action cards again. It's kind of like similar to how Bolton punishes, right? I don't think this card's great. It's pushing vanilla damage, like maybe there's a point in the game where your opponent just like can't block around this, and they're like, damn, I'm just gonna take 6, I guess. So you can like force 2 cards to land 6, which is not breaking the mold for like how Flesh and Blood operates. The card's okay. Card seems okay. But it's mostly draft, right? So if we're looking at like a constructed angle, I don't think you really care about this card ever. So for constructed, I think it's pretty bad. For draft, it's okay. For draft, it's okay. We're missing this section again. We'll look at mechanical strength. This gets plus X, where X is the number of Evos you have equipped. So there you go. In theory, this could be a 2-card 9 or 2-card 10, if we're to be believed that, I think it was Penrose had the theory that maybe when you flip to the Demi himself counts as an Evo, right? As referenced in the Steel Soul or whatever it's called. So this could be a 2-card 10, which is starting to get crazy. I think for vanilla stats, this has got to be up there. It's just vanilla, but like Mech is a class that deals with vanilla pretty well, and it's like how they've existed from here on out. So you need your damage to come from somewhere. This card seems pretty okay. I kind of want to call this A, but its real use is only being played out. You can't, like, it's not a popper. You can block 3 with it, sure. But this kind of card you absolutely want to play out. When it doesn't fit your turn cycle because you're like setting up an Evo or something, at least it blocks 3, right? Which I think all mechs do. But as like a 2-card 10 to use your other cards either to block or play into like Teklo's pitch ability, this is saving you like so much value from having to spend your other cards different ways. You think it's a B because the other Evo upgrade attacks exist? Oh, that's a great point, actually. That's a great point. It's about finding a window to want to play this instead of the hit effect ones. So you're going to make the trade-off of, like, I want raw damage, and it's just slightly more damage, because the other ones would go up to 9, this would go to 10. Okay, that's fair. When you compare it directly, it looks a lot worse. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Alright. Bump it down. However, the scaling strength of this means you probably run it as a blue, right? This one seems pretty good as a blue. I don't think you want to run the red. Great point. When you compare it to these, it's not worth it. That's a great point. But as a blue, it's probably fine. Like, that's a lot of value for a blue. Alright, we're going back up. It's a very solid blue. In fact, no. We're going to preserve the A rating. I think this is a very good blue. We're preserving the A. We were looking at the wrong card. Very good blue, though. Very good blue. Stand by my A. Grinding Gears. Oh, this was my spoiler card, actually. I didn't have a great idea for the spoiler video since I was traveling around. And when I pitched my idea to Sam from 3 Floating, I was like, yo, I need some Cheerios. Like, do you have Cheerios? And he goes, no, man, I don't have any Cheerios. I'm like, oh, that was a pretty good Sam impression too. Like, oh, shoot, man. Like, maybe I can like go to a supermarket or something, grab some Cheerios. He's like, okay, yeah, man. I've only got like almond milk though, if you want to eat them later. I'm like, almond milk with Cheerios? I don't know about that. So I just kind of passed up on the idea. Just didn't do it. Didn't buy the Cheerios until that day I went to visit Riot Games. They have free food everywhere. At the Riot HQ, there are little pop-up shops everywhere. Like, just go in, grab whatever snacks you want. And they had one of those giant glass jars of Cheerios. And I was like, oh my God, Shane, can I take some of these? And he goes, well, you're really not allowed to take things home. And I was like, okay, what if I'm like discreet about it? Only take like a handful. He's like, okay, that's probably fine. So I stole Cheerios from Riot Games. to take back and record my spoiler video with. I grinded the gears of Riot Games. I was like, I'm stealing your Cheerios, man. They got so annoyed about it. Anyway, so that's the story behind the spoiler video. I used Sam's really fancy voice acting mic to get the ASMR going. However, I think I messed it up because I haven't listened back to my spoiler video, but someone said that it was only coming out of the left ear. And if that's the case, I truly apologize. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, that's messed up. That is only coming out of my left earbud. So I scuffed the heist. Or no, I completed the heist, but I scuffed the video production. That's my bad. But it was just an ASMR video to reveal the Grinding Gears card. That's all I had on me. That's all I could do. It wasn't bad. You thought that was intentional? No. Dude, I recorded it on my phone and with Sam's mic, and then I just like pushed the clips together. So no, that was not intentional. I was grinding gears. Okay, actually, yes, you're right. Save face a little bit. That was intentional. I was trying to grind your gears for the entirety of the video. I was trying to make you annoyed. Absolutely. This card, though, this card is very unique. When I saw this, I was like, at first, a little unimpressed, honestly. A little unimpressed at first, mostly because I knew I was looking more so for the art than anything else. Not like super invested in mech, so I was like, damn, I hope I get some like really cool art. I want to do something nuts here. So when I saw that the art was like kind of mid, I didn't theory craft much with this card. Then I talked about it with Shane. Turns out that this effect, I mean, it's also not capped. This whole effect of like destroy a card from your opponent's deck, it's not capped to once per turn, right? So you start to look at some crazy combos, like the system reset, spam like all the item or like reset all the items, get them back, spam crank, get like 6 action points, whatever it is, destroy. Like high octane, destroy. Like that really could be its own deck. That might be crazy. I was thinking of it in the context of like how Mech currently plays. And so at first I'm like, it seems whatever. You're like trading a boost for a card from their deck, whatever. But if you actually build into using Grinding Gears, yeah, Raven Shadow's saying it right now. It actually like could be insanely degen to just say, oh, I'm going to like play for a couple turns of the game, you know, do normal like value trading until we get there. And then have a couple turns where I just like delete 20 cards from your deck. Like, that is possible. That is possible. It'll take a couple turns to, like, set it up. But at the end of the day, like, maybe there is no other effect like this. So something's got to be said for how unique this is and how hard to gauge, like, in terms of, like, the power level and how warping it might be for the rest of the game, though, just because we haven't seen something exactly like it before. I don't know. I think it's interesting. It's gotta be some sort of A, I think. I think I'm gonna call it A, just because it is very good at doing what it wants to do. Well, Eradicate is different though, because Eradicate you can block, Hazel. Eradicate says your opponent gets to interact with the mill effect. But Grinding Gears just says you don't get to interact with me destroying your deck. So, for how unique this might be as like a win con or like some kind of like grindy value engine, with how little interaction your opponent gets with it, I think it's gotta be very good. But I don't know if it is a very good deck archetype. But like this card is why this deck might exist or not exist, right? Is like how good this card actually is. So because it's got an entire like archetype on its back, I think it's gotta be good. But is the rest of the deck able to pull off and like be cohesive and win games? I don't know. It's like S or F. But this card in and of itself is like what would make it possible. So it's an A. It's an A. We call it an A. Play a meme deck and mill yourself and then last ditch. Oh, there you go. That's what we were missing. That's what we were missing. Okay. That was a cool spoiler card. Thank you to LSS for that one. Thank you for LSS. Prismatic Lens. Another crank. When this enters the arena, or no, sorry, this enters the arena, Steam counter, blah, blah, blah. Once per turn instant, reveal the top card of your deck. Put a Mechanologist item of the same color from your banish zone on top of your deck. So you get some recursion now. Does destroy pretty much banish? No, destroy is put in graveyard. Like you destroy from the top, put it in grave. Top grave. So hey, you wanna help me mill some Levi cards so I can like get going? Hopefully. But if you mill my Blood Rushes, I'll hate you forever. Really grind my gears. Yeah, reveal the top card of your deck. Put a Mechanologist item of the same color from your banish zone on top of your deck. I mean, this one seems pretty good. You're trading one card in deck to... wait, sorry. Once per turn instant. Yes. So in theory, if you don't crank it, then if you're paying on your opponent's turn ever, you might be able to Prismatic Lens up to 4 times, right? But you'd have to like really want that effect, like really want the longevity of recurring items. If you don't really care about recurring items, then this card does nothing. But if you care about recurring items, this card's insane. So it's gonna like, it's gonna be up to the deck you're building, right? The deck you're building will either want this card or want nothing to do with this card. But I don't, so I think that like forces it to be a little bit in the fringe range, right? Because you either are going to use it or you're not. And I think even when you use it, it's got limitations, right? It's got limitations. Because it's reveal the top card, put a Mechanologist item. So you'd have to have like a huge mix of items. It is the guaranteed recursion that like you're looking for. You put it on top of your deck. You can like dash it in, or I guess like, can you Data Doll and then like boost it away? Wouldn't that also work? Can't use in Data Doll. Your items never hit Banish Zone. Oh, great point, Alec. There you go. You can't use it in Data Doll. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the card got worse. I thought it was good in Data Doll and Dash. But no, it looks like maybe just Dash IO. Huh. Okay, we'll just call it Fringe then. Like, if you want this effect, it is this effect. Oh, if you scrap the item, it can't. Hazel coming right back. Good ideas. Good ideas galore. All right, we'll still call it C. Still call it C. This one. This enters the arena with a steam counter. All right, same text. Put a Mechanologist item with cost 0 or 1 from your hand into the arena. So just a way to save yourself from spending action points on items. I mean, it's not like it's netting you any kind of card advantage. But in theory, if you like dump a bunch of items with Crank, you gain a bunch of action points as well. Like maybe that converts into something. This seems pretty mid. I'm not like too terribly excited about this. It's literally like just a way to get items out of your hand. But you don't get to just like let it sit in play and wait for those hands, because it's going to start ticking itself down with the steam counter effect. So you don't get to just like let it sit and then use it when it's good. Item on your turn and an opponent's turn. You can play it on your opponent's turn from deck with dash and then play an item from hand. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So that's unique in terms of what it's doing then. Peep it on the top, play it out, and then instantly drop an item from hand. That is pretty good, actually. That is a unique enough effect. Dash will have those situations, I think, where dropping an opponent on your dropping an item on your opponent's turn could gain some value with some of the defensive items. That's still not just like always a good play, though. It seems a bit fringe. I don't know. It seems okay. Just okay. Not amazing. I think you probably do run it, though, in a dash deck, because it unlocks like some cute plays. Yeah, Teklo's making a good point. Just play the Boom Grenade off the top. Like, just put the good items in your deck, right? Like, you're spending an entire card in deck. Well, 3. You'd be running 3 of these, in theory. To just kind of, like, help facilitate some otherwise, like, bad value plays into being, like, okay value plays. It doesn't actively win you the game to do these kinds of things, I don't think. I'm going to call this still fringe. I don't see the package where you're always going to want to like have quantum processor be what's enabling your game plan. It's kind of just saving you from clunky game plans. If there is some kind of combat trick defensively that's nuts, that quantum processor unlocks or like that makes your opponent play a different way, then like that's the combo, right? But in terms of like defensive items, aren't they all just like prevent damage? Yeah, just like prevent damage. I mean, this is the same deal as just like blocking 3 with an item in hand if you're doing it that way. Yeah, you'd put an item in on your opponent's turn from hand, something like this. This would come in with 3 steam counters. You could then remove steam counters to prevent 3 damage across like different breakpoints. I don't know if that's the ceiling of what you're doing, right? It's an instant, so you can crank what you put in to just gain net action points. All right, we're still going to call it fringe. We're still going to call it fringe. I don't see it. I don't see it. It's part of the mill combo deck package. Okay, to put in like this, gain an extra action point off of it. Crank. Maybe. Okay. Stasis Cell. When this enters, this was Pheno's spoiler. When this enters or leaves the arena, activated abilities of target equipment can't be activated until the end of its controller's next turn. This one's... Okay, so actually, speaking of like nifty things you could drop in, here we go. Actually, this is one of them. So this is probably a better example. If you drop this in on your opponent's turn, let's say, when this enters or leaves the arena, activated abilities of target equipment can't be activated until the end of its controller's next turn. If somehow you threw this in at the exact right time to like deny your opponent's snapdragons, deny their, I don't know, creepers, whatever it is, and just like kind of call that their turn is over, that seems pretty good. That's like a use case for like wanting it at instant speed. But either way, you can just drop this on your turn and just call it. Put this on the bottom of its owner's deck. Choose an equipment. It can't defend this turn. All that text is like pretty interesting. All that text seems kind of nuts, right? It's just, does that window buy you room to really get ahead in the game? Because if all you're doing is like making your opponent stumble a little bit with the stasis style text, either like the top or the bottom, the fact that like you're saying you can't defend with it this turn, you've got to have some kind of aggression going in your deck to facilitate like the window that this is giving you. So what does that entire deck look like? That entire deck kind of wants to be a dash deck, doesn't it? Like a dash IO deck. But like an aggressive dash IO deck, I would think. But an aggressive dash IO deck is going to draw item hands. So I'm a little confused on like how you actually build the deck that like makes this nuts. I think I agree, the effect is crazy. But you have to capitalize. You have to capitalize. Because like this action of whatchamacallit? Yeah, it specifically like can't defend on this action text. So to leave the arena, it kind of like nullifies another target equipment that you can't activate, and it says you can't defend. So it kind of slows down, gives you a window, but then that window has to be damage. Huh. Seems, I mean, these are all kind of fringe. These are all like a little fringe, I think. This was for Oldhim to shut off Crown and Rampart. Oh man. That's a great point, actually. If Oldhim was still around, you got to just say no Crown, no Rampart. And then that's like the wombo combo right there. You just kind of get them. That's a great point. But now, like, what is that equipment combo that you're really targeting? People in chat are saying Furnace. You can disable Furnace. That's fair, but like Dromai right now is playing time skippers and just like gets ahead on Ashe quite a bit. Furnace is really to enable kind of like that mid-game Ashe generation to like keep up on Ashe positive plays, but they don't need those turns to play the game right now. The time skippers is kind of nuts to just get them ahead, and then just do enough Ashe neutral plays that like even in, like it blocking with an early furnace or something doesn't lose them a game. Can you target weapon? No, it says equipment. Target equipment. We're gonna call it fringe. We're leaving it there. I do believe in the old him tech though. That's kind of an idea I'm a fan of there. That is funny. That is funny. All right, tick-tock clock. Crank. A lot of text on this. This enters the arena with a steam counter. At the start of your turn, destroy this, and it deals 1 damage to you unless you remove a steam counter from it. Okay. It deals a damage to you unless you remove a steam counter. So you can leave the steam counter or take a damage. All right, so it's a new choice actually compared to the other ones. Got it? When a Mechanologist attack action you control hits, destroy this and up to 2 other items in the arena, then deal X damage to them, where X is the number of items destroyed this way. Oh, so it's another like anti-Mechanologist card. Is it not? What other deck is like really playing into items, right? I mean, you could hit your own, but like you don't want to do that, I wouldn't think. Yeah, so it's just like a mirror breaker type of deal. You're just constantly threatening the fact that if an attack action card hits, you can blow up items. And you don't actually need to like ever sacrifice this effect. Like due to just like the time of it all with steam counters. You can let it sit forever and just keep taking a damage to hold this hit effect over your opponent. Also hits E-Pot, sure. I mean, this card is I guess if like you really need help in the mech mirror or something. Some cards are better if you lost an item that turn, so blowing up your items can help. Oh, some of the galvanize effects? Is that the keyword? I forget. Actually, I don't know if this is B. I don't know if this is B. This is still like that fringe range. This is still the fringe range, I think. It blows up if you don't remove a counter? Oh, so I'm reading it wrong. At the start of your turn, destroy this, and it deals 1 damage to you unless you remove a steam counter. Oh, I thought it was deal a damage or remove a steam counter, but never mind. This is the and. The unless is over here, so never mind. Read that wrong. All right, card is worse. Card is worse than I thought. Card is worse than I thought. Yeah, so it gets destroyed and deals a damage. Unless you do the steam counter thing. Not it's destroyed unless you take a damage or do a steam counter thing. Okay, worse. Fuel injector. Fuel injector. Another blue item. Put this on the bottom of its owner's deck. Gain a resource. So it's a blue pitch that if you ever play out, converts to just like half an E-Pot on the field, but then goes back in your deck as a blue pitch. Well, if you can spare an action point and we're under no pressure to like use this as your resource card, sure. That seems totally fine. So it's got good like modality there. You know, it can be your pitch card, or if you weren't under pressure, then like this becomes just like a floating resource forever. I think this card's probably pretty good. Probably pretty good. Also, Dash.io, right? Can get this in for free. As Dash.io, you can use its effect to play it so you have a weapon attack in limited. Oh, and just do that on a loop? What? Wait, what do you mean there? You can put this from Dash like into play. It then gives you a steam counter. You can break it, gain the resource, shoot. Oh no, you don't need to spend a resource. Oh, are you just saying that it's some kind of like looping item to always get steam counters with Dash? If that's all it's doing, that's probably fine too. Otherwise, how are you using the weapon forever? Yeah, because you can't put a steam counter on it otherwise. So this is just a way to always have an item to shoot. Some good inevitability. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fringe, I think, though. I can't call it anything more than that. It's a fine card. I like the idea that if your opponent like takes a setup turn, you're like, oh, my blue now sticks in play as like a red. You know, it's just resource on demand. You still need an action point for it, but with like a lot of the crank, in theory, a lot of the boosting, you can just get action points more readily in Mech. It's okay. It's okay. Do you ever play this in Constructed? Probably not, and actually for that, maybe it does go lower. It does go lower. You can play it off of the top as an instant and then use it to refund the cost. Oh, that's right, because dash makes you pay. Yeah. Once per turn you can play it. It costs an additional 1 to play. Well, no, not exactly, because you'd have to pay first. So you're still like taxed the card, right? If you wanted to play Fuel Injector, you're still taxed to play it first. So you can't like play this, break it to gain 1, and then pay that 1. That would not work. All right, I'm gonna call this worse then. We're putting it down in D. Down in D. It refunds. It doesn't actually gain you anything. Yeah, resource even. Sure. But it's not like its own little loop. Oh, fuel injector. Cool pistol. Fuel injector. Cool pistol. Okay, medkit. Medkit is actually A tier. Has a similar play pattern as drone. Put this on the bottom of its owner's deck. Gain 2. Interesting. So, I mean, unlike drone though, this is costing you an action for the kind of like 2 life inevitability that's added, right? Drone, you could at minimum like, you know, blocking kind of gained you the 2 in that sense. It went right back to your deck. This is going to cost you the action. Gain 2. So what's your ideal pitch stack with this? Instant off dash, free pistol. Okay. Instant off dash. But then where are you getting the action points to really convert the gain 2 and pistol? They both cost an action point, right? So even though you're playing it as if it's an instant, your attack action, or your action itself is going to the pistol. Unless you're talking about like the other pistol, like OG pistol. So when are you ever like getting room to gain 2? I don't know about that. Yes, Riku, this is a funny comment, and it's actually true. So I believe it's like the Geneva Convention itself, something like this, states that you cannot replicate the Red Cross in any manner, in any capacity. The Red Cross being like the universal symbol for medical care, you know. To impersonate it is like, you know, breaking the laws of the Geneva Convention. So even to the point of like printed material and like video game depictions, the Red Cross is not used. I don't know if that's just like an actual part of like the deal that was made, or just like a nod to kind of the respect for like, you know, health personnel in the field or like whatever. But yes, it's true. You are not supposed to use an actual Red Cross to depict like health or things like that in a video game. It does happen every once in a while, so I don't think it's like straight up illegal. But that's why generally you see in video games it's like a green cross. You know, green is health, not red. I don't know the specifics on that. But yeah, there was a Twitter thread of people being confused by like, wait a second, you're not supposed to use a red cross on like printed material in this way. I don't think it matters. Pretty sure no one cares. Red cross on a white background specifically? Okay, then there you go. It doesn't matter. Needs another piece, or you fully grind them out and need to present a lethal win con. You're talking about the medkit pistol thing again still? Yeah, I'm not into that. We're putting this as a bad, sorry. As a bad. Not a Y, not an F tier Y, because it is still unique. You know, healing in Mech is a new frontier, honestly. It has not been seen before. But I don't think it's great. I don't believe. Steam Canister. Put this on the bottom of its owner's deck. Put a steam counter on an item you control with Crank. So these are all in the same vein of going back into the deck for like pretty minor effects. You play this out with Dash.io, for example. This was free to put into play. You then get to send it back into the deck, put a steam counter on an item. That's like pretty minimal benefit. But I guess the deal with Dash is you just want like as many hits as possible. So like, are you really jamming in all of these 0 and 1 cost items? The ones that are like, have any kind of like minor benefit? Are they all making the cut? It is only once per turn, so it's not like you want an entire deck of items. You can't just go like item, 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 item. That doesn't work. It is once per turn. But like this feeds into a plan of like feeding other items. I don't think it's great. I don't think this one seems that great. A steam counter helps like the longevity of like some of these that want to break. Like it would stick grinding gears in play for like one more turn if like this is your win con, you know? So it's unique. It's unique. It's unique. We'll call it fringe. I feel like a lot of the items are just like in this fringe category until they either have a home or they do not. Or they do not. You almost want 1 in 5 cards to be items, but then you're not likely hitting every turn. Yeah. Although, because of Dash's ability, exactly when it is a hit, you will hit. Oh, well, actually, that's not even true, because you have to pay into it. So, if you figure you're at some kind of ratio where not every card is an item, so you're working at some kind of like, I don't know, 30% hit rate, but then even that hit rate is a bit wishy-washy because it's not always something you want to pay into. You know, if it's a 0 cost item, do you want to pitch a whole card into that? What can you do with the rest of the pitch if this was like on defense? Are you really on some kind of like peace of mind oasis, like really blackout heavy? Kind of like generic deck? I'm interested. There's a reason she's at 36. You're doing something funky. And I really do want to see it. Polarity reversal script. Crank. This enters the arena with the steam counter. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a steam counter. Okay, same text. Action cards get -1 while defending your mechanologist attack action cards. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Now you're just playing out to a blanket effect across the board. And that's action cards, not attack action cards. It being a red item is a bit scary, but you can play it, immediately gain back an action point to kind of like kickstart an aggressive turn, if you want. It is only -1 while defending your mechanologist attack action card, so this doesn't feed into like some Exodia pistol plan. So there is some balance here. The deck has to be like some aggro core with items. Very interesting. This card's probably okay. It's a unique effect at least. And if you're playing some kind of like super aggressive Dash.io, this is one of the better cards, I would think. B tier, says Teklo. All right. I mean, I think we're agreed. About a B. Penetration script. That's what I go to my doctor for. Crank. This enters the arena with a steam counter. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a steam counter from it. Your mechanologist attack action cards get +1. All right, similar vein. Less destructive on like your opponent's game plan. More additive to like your own game plan. +1 on mech cards is really just like a vanilla buff. You're not really pushing hit effects ever. But it's got to be decent. It's got to be in a similar vein as like what Polarity is doing for that kind of deck. Thank you, Spencer. You got my joke. Shout out, Spencer. So it's got to be a B, I think. It's got to be a B. It's still attack action cards, you know? So it's not weapons. Teklo, you're saying the wrench threatens to keep it around. Is the wrench not max specific? I thought we said it was. Yeah, it's a max specialization. So you're looking at Banksy in max with these items? Because of Crank? I guess that makes sense. They don't have to just be dash cards. Crank itself is like kind of a max thing. I'm out of my element here, Ethan. Oh, I'm totally fine with that. Like I said, I'm going to be gone for like 3 weeks. So I need a day to like deeply immerse myself in all of the mech cards before I go off the grid for a bit. Even though I was just off the grid for a bit. Otherwise, I'm going to never be prepared for this set. I don't get to play in a single pre-release. Not a single pre-release, which sucks. I'm normally the guy who like hits up, 3, 4, like whatever I can do in a weekend and win them all. But I just can't. I just will be in the wilderness this weekend. All right. What do we say? It's the same as the last card. Your Mechanologist attack action cards get +1 defense. Okay, so we've got just like kind of disruption. We've got aggression. Now we've got defense. I mean, this would be an entirely different deck than how these two want to play. So for that, it's got to be pretty solid. It's for its own archetype of a more defensive deck. For you to get good value on this singular card, like from deck, you'd want it to at least kind of splash +3 somewhere. So it's not great against everything you want to block out. Not great. Like +1 isn't going to do a lot against like anything tall. I think this one's much worse, actually. This one's probably bad. Never mind. I don't know about this one. I don't know. It's not just like the answer to the defensive script that you're looking for. +1 isn't the highest value against every type of deck. Like, you'd be wanting to play this into something with a lot of 4 breakpoints, which the deck that had the most of that was Briar, and she's gone. And she's gone. So, yeah, actually, this one looks much, much, much worse. I'm not into it. Not into it. Okay. What did I give the scripts? These were both Bs. Both Bs. I think this one's probably a D, actually. Took it back. Not as hype. Not as hype. Oh my god, how many freaking cards are in this set? All right, we gotta go faster. We gotta go faster. Hot takes. Hot takes from here on out. Backup Protocol Red. Steam counter. Destroy this. Return a red Mechanologist attack action card from your graveyard to your hand. So you're trading this card and 2 resources for a red back in your deck. Well, I said hot takes only, but I gotta pause on these, I don't think these seem pretty good. I think these seem pretty bad. If they're all just the same, if this one just says red, this one says yellow, this one says blue, okay, yeah, sure enough, I don't think you want to play these. That's asking too much just to recur one piece. They're bad. Alright, hot takes, here we go. Bad. Bad. In Limited, I can see this being some kind of like, the game has to slow down. Everyone's super careful about boosting away this, that, whatever. Resources are tight. Backup Protocol gets the big finisher. Boom. Speaking of boom. Boom Grenade. Boom Grenade. Hot take, backup gets back maximum velocity. Maximum velocity. Oh, it's hand, not deck? Oh, wait, hold up. Alright, hold up. Alright, these ones... This is why we can't go so fast. Maybe not awful. I thought it was back to deck. But to trade 2 resources, to specifically like kind of hand fix, you don't get choice on everything because it's whatever's in graveyard, not what's banished. But still, especially in Limited, your opponent like passes you some clunky turn, you get to say, okay, I've got backup protocols. I'm just going to play this out, crank, get my action point back, instant, get back the attack I want to play. I've got some souped up mega Teklo attack now because I've got all these Evos activated. Doesn't matter that like I spent this card in 2 resources for, in theory, like bad rate value. And Limited, these are probably pretty good. In Constructed, I think they're still bad though. We're holding the line. Okay, good. New respect for that card though. Thank you. You saved me. Boom Grenade. This is why Dash might be at 36 life, because this could be insane. This could be insane. When a Mechanologist attack action card you control hits a hero, destroy this and deal 4 damage. Oh, you said no blocks on my vanilla 0 to 60? Alright. Dash IO. Boom grenade. Take an extra 4. I'm gonna crank this sucker, get an extra action point, reload my pistol. This is insane. Like, talk about everything you could want for an archetype. This is it. Like, this is the aggressive piece that could make that kind of archetype possible. And it's crank. So this might fit into how Max wants to play. This card's great. Card's great. And it comes in all colors. 3. And then 2. Alright, Dissolving Shield. Crank. 3 steam counters. Remove a steam counter. Prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt. If it has no steam counters, destroy. You're spending your card from hand. Crank, get your action point back. Then it's only preventing 2. These cards seem limited fine. In reality, they might round out how like a Dash IO deck needs to play defense on items. I don't think they seem great though. Moving on. Hadron Collider. Crank. This enters the arena with 4 steam counters. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a steam counter from it. Alright, same text. 4 steam counters though. When you boost an attack, destroy this. If you do, the attack gets plus X, where X is the number of steam counters. So if you want this to be a 1 for 4, you can't crank it. If you want it to be a 1 for 3, then you crank it. A 1 for 3 buff within Mechanologist is below rate. Because you can just play like BIOS update, right? But, well, I don't know. The ceiling is a 1 for 4. That's unique. It's like Teklo saying, kind of like a boom grenade, but unconditional. But you have to get around the fact that that this is your action, unless you're playing it in Dash IO. All right, I think this one's still solid. It's still part of the idea that if you want to build aggressive, you need those items that are pushing damage. So it's fine. It's got to be fine. All right, mini force field. You heard the news your spoiler card is bad. What was your spoiler, Z? What was it? Was it Medkit? The card's trash. This enters the arena of 4 steam counters. No, sorry. I said Fringe because it's unique. Healing in Mech is new. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a steam counter. 4. Ward X, where X is the number of steam counters on this. Alright, so more of like the defensive options for a dash type of deck that wants to flash in surprise defense. You'd be paying 2 resources in theory to block 4 on like your opponent's turn. Not great. In theory, that's like 2 cards spent to just block 4, only at ward speed, which your opponent in theory could mess up. Something like a Waning Moon. Probably not amazing, but it still fills out that kind of defensive, cheap card you're looking for a dash deck. Just to see. Might need to be played because you need defense on items, but I don't think it's very good. All right, Overload Script. Oh, for draft is a different beast entirely. We're not exactly talking about draft, Jason, but I agree. For draft, those kinds of cards are probably going to end up being good value. They're commons after all, so that's the cards you're going to be ending up playing the most with. If you can find where they are worth the most value, then you are ahead of the game. This enters the arena with a steam counter. Oh, hey, that's me right now. That's me for real. Your Mechanologist attack action cards get overpower. Is this part of a color series? Okay. Red, yellow, blue, different cards. Maybe if you need to close the game and your opponent has given you room, they're on like the full blackout to beat your like boost strat. You just drop Overload Script, you crank it, go wide, they die. It's okay. It seems okay. But not for constructed. Either way though, I think we'll leave it as like a C. Leave it as a C. Megahertz Script, or whatever this is, MH Script. That's quite the art. There's an eyeball in there. This enters the arena with a steam counter. Yep, just 1. Your Mechanologist attack action cards get go again. So similar vein where like if your opponent's trying to block you out and you have room to just say, okay, I'll drop this script, crank it, and then I don't need to boost anything, that's really the value gained there, right? Because the Go Again wouldn't... Actually, would the Go Again from boost stack on a just baseline Go Again? Is that what it's doing? Your card baseline has Go Again, then you boost it. Does that resolve for 2 action points or just 1? Because if it does resolve for 2, then that actually opens up different plays with this card. The evaluation is more for CC. More for CC. Because evaluating for draft will only really work with the entire set being fully spoiled. It's just 1 action point? Alright. Same tier then. Probably even worse than the other one, but we'll leave it. I'm lazy. Autosave script. Autosave script. You get max velocity on Chainlink 3 instead of 4 with what? Okay, that's fine. We're on the blue script. Your mech analysis attack action cards get when this hits, put it on the bottom of its owner's deck. Interesting. Well, that's once again attack action cards. This is going to be your card from hand. You either crank it that turn, set it up for the next turn. So at most, it's probably only hitting 3 cards in the turn you play it, in like a perfect world. Those 3 cards can, from a mech deck, normally get around blocking with, weird vanilla breakpoints. So this probably actually does something instead of being useless, but I don't think it's very good. It doesn't seem great. Doesn't seem great. I think that one we can effectively just call bad. Alright. Hyperdriver, reprint. Cards gas. Hyper Scrapper. Not a reprint. Oh, that's like, isn't there like a sub in Atlantis that looks like that? Vague memories from my childhood. I like the border on this one. Oh, because we're getting the scrap stuff, actually. This is a whole different section. As an additional cost to play this, banish X items from your graveyard. When this attacks, it gets plus X. If 3 or more hyperdrivers were banished to play this, gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this gets Go Again. Alright. So you want to just go ahead and banish the 3. If you don't, then you're just looking at, making this a blue that comes in for like 3 or 4. Not great. Not great. You banish holy number 3, though. Dang. Coming in now for 5. Gaining 6 resources and gaining Go Again. I mean, I hope... Gaining 6, rather. I hope you can convert that. And that seems pretty good. You just start the turn with a card that gains you 6 resources. But you have to banish exactly 3 hyperdrivers. Where are the hyperdrivers going most of the time? Aren't you, like... The token ones are not going to the grave. A lot of the other ones you're, like, banishing and, like, sitting on for Nitro Mechanoid. So this would be, like, its own archetype, then. Its own archetype where, like, you want the hyperdrivers to just expend and die. That doesn't seem to be a very strong archetype. So, like, this is the payoff for playing that way. But it doesn't seem great. Why aren't the tokens going to grave? Because they're not actual, like, cards within the arena. They're a representation of, like, Max's ability, creating a token. When it's not there, it goes away. It's not like a newly created card. Blue blocks for 3, S tier. I mean, it's just a different playstyle than the other payoffs for the hyperdriver stuff. So, I guess time will tell if, like, you want to go the Mechanoid route or you want these kind of turns. I think you probably want these kinds of turns, not the Mechanoid route. But I think we can only safely call it Fringe for now. You saw something about the tokens getting a rules update. The rules update was that they count as a real card for Nitro Mechanoid's banish. Because Nitro Mechanoid says banish and attack. This is what it got updated for. Nitro. Banish a card from under Nitro Mechanoid. So the difference was, before the ruling, the tokens didn't count as cards underneath Nitro Mechanoid. But now being underneath the card does count as being, like, within the arena for, like, cost purposes like this. A token is still a card. but that token is not like its name. Because the other ruling that was denied was when you put hyperdrivers underneath. Where is it? When you put hyperdrivers underneath HyperX, they are no longer called hyperdriver. They're just cards underneath hyperdriver. So like a lot of like little fringe rulings coming up with this. I'm sure there will be a, release notes and get everything answered. But yeah, just to clarify, those are the rulings. When hyperdrivers are underneath HyperX, they're not like considered hyperdrivers for the condition of nitromechanoid, like because it needs to see 3 hyperdrivers. That's not what those hyperdrivers will do. Instead, it would just count as cards underneath nitromechanoid, similar to how Max Nitro with these hyperdriver tokens would satisfy this requirement, hyperdrivers, and then still count as cards under nitromechanoid. Hope I got all those right. There we go. Stuff under other stuff are just cards underneath. Yeah, there you go. That's the easiest way to say it. Cards underneath another card are just cards under other cards. That's it. They don't got names. They're just cards under cards. That's it. So if things care about cards under cards, they're cards. But if cards under cards care about being names of cards, they aren't cards with names. There you go. Say that 5 times fast. All right, Scrap Trader. What did we say on the other one? Scrap Trader has got to be nuts, right? This one's got to be nuts. Got to be nuts. Easy S tier, I think. Easy S tier. It's cool art. I like it. It's hard for me to believe that this dude lives in a world, though, with, like, crazy big mechs going on. He seems like a little too steampunky for that world, but, it's a mesh of a lot of these things. Steampunk, cyberpunk, it's all of it in Metrix, apparently. One melting pot. Scrap with double reminder text. Gain 2 for each card that's scrap. So, banish an item or an equipment. Pretty easy to satisfy these days. Some of the equipment themselves, like block 3, not to mention whatever like might end up engraved from just being in play and then getting destroyed or whatever. Because in theory, like you could upgrade an Evo thing, destroy the base equipment underneath it, boom, that's where you're getting your scrap from, whatever. Banishing an item, you can't block with items. They don't block, but getting use out of an item, then it goes to grave. Pretty good. Pretty good. Gain 4, basically. You're playing out a red to gain 4 resources. That is just pretty good. The story is about Metrix turning from steampunk into cyberpunk. Yeah, generally that's apparently like what Teklo did to Metrix. Metrix was like, this era was like in the steampunk cogworks era, and then Teklo like invented the upgrade. What do you call it? Like the Teklomatics or something? He invented like modern cyber something. Who knows what this is? It's not like, I don't think they fully explain like what it's powered by. Maybe they did. I didn't read it too closely. But he basically turned a steampunk world into a cyberpunk world. Or a RoboCop world. I mean, he kind of just did it all. He watched all the sci-fi films growing up and then just turned Metrix into all of them. Every single one. Good job. Yeah, so scrap, easy S tier. Easy S tier. Scrap Hopper. So now you're actually seeing, like, in theory, maybe this is Metrix. It's not like the bright neon lights of some of the other art, but now we're on the outskirts, back with the good old steampunk mechanisms and all that. So here's some steam-powered Scrap Hopper. Scrap, 0 cost. When this attacks, if it scrapped a card, create a Quicken. Slowing down, it's not boosting. It's instead scrapping. It itself will not gain Go again, though. I actually didn't notice that. So you're going to play this out. It's setting up a Quicken for next turn. Unless you've got an extra action point because of, like, multiple cranks somehow. Yeah, so this is it. You're just going to scrap, make a Quicken, set up later. I mean, it seems okay. I don't think you really play this for real. This is more of like a... I mean, if you really need to go hard on like how a crank deck works, like maybe scrap helps there. If you need to... I don't know. I guess Teklo wants to scrap items to setup plays, and then like quickens maybe help pay off how his turns work. Because if you have a quicken, then you can still attack and then play an armor piece. It seems okay. I mean, this is like a playable card. It's playable. Probably B. Probably B. Seems okay. Seems okay. It's a 0 cost, so how bad can it be? Soup up. If an item you control has been destroyed this turn... Oh, now we're into Galvanize. This gets go again. Galvanize. When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +2. So, what is the ideal case for Galvanize? Like, you're destroying an item that was going to break anyway? Like, is that kind of the idea? Like, before, for example, you know, like, what's something that says start of turn? Like probably one of these, right? Enters the arena with a steam counter. At the start of your turn, destroy it unless it doesn't have a steam counter. So if you're going into your turn without a steam counter, then you want to line those turns up specifically with how Galvanize works. That doesn't seem too strong. And if your opponent is like really keyed into denying your Galvanize payoff, which I don't think they ever will be, then your opponent can also just say, okay, blackout turn, let your item tick down, and then play the game. Seems more like, yeah, Teklo, I agree. I think it's more of a limited mechanic, just to like edge out value, right? Just try to be like a little bit smarter than your opponent on value trades. Doesn't seem like a constructed card at all. So is it worth even giving a constructed rating? Sure. We'll just call it bad. Call it bad. Boom. Oh, okay. Well, actually, hold up. I wasn't even looking at the first text. If an item you control has been destroyed this turn, this gains go again. Okay, so if the start of your turn an item did blow up, then it's a 0 for 4 go again. Block 2. Are you trying to just spam 0 for 4s in a mech deck? Well, you didn't really get any new 0 for 4s with go again. 0 to 60 is quite a card. You got new 0 for 3s. But no, I don't think it's that good. It's maybe fringe though. Having 0 for 4 go again, like, might put it in the fringe category. I don't think it's constructed playable though. I don't think so. All right. Torque tuned. Love the names on these. I'm all for alliteration. If an item you control has been destroyed this turn, this gets overpower. For a 2 for 6, you're in theory forcing like, you know, raw damage. No real hit effect on here. It's the same kind of, you can either destroy the item, make it block 4, or you can let the item destroy itself for like a minor upgrade. In terms of limited stats, this thing's pretty good, but for constructed, there's no way you play this card. There is no way. But it's not in the Y category, because the Y is limited. It's not F tier. The F tier category looks like this. It's a Y. It's a true Y. So we're not quite there. This is fine. It's a D. I understand its purpose. Then we're missing a few cards. Infuse Alloy. This art reminds me of Toughen Up, but like a mech version. Is it the same artist? It is not at all. Federico Musetti did this. Wow, Federico did Toughen Up? Damn, dude. Wasted his talent on this card. Okay, actually, that's not similar at all. I don't know why in my head the art was a similar style. Not at all. What's another card that's maybe closer like that? Strength of Sequoia? Yeah, here we go. Okay. All right, Mateusz Wisniewski. Same guy did these. I can see that. Like a retro, older vibe in the art style. Galvanize. When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. Okay, same deal. 0 for 4. This one is obviously worse. Obviously, straight worse than Soup Up. Straight worse. So this one has got to be in the Liquefy. That's a good point. This one is... okay, we got to just leave these in the D tier. I can't say why. It's rare versus common. It's how draft works. You know, they need cards for draft. So it's not a Y. It is straight worse, but it's common versus rare. So it's not... Yeah. We don't have to question why it exists. That's why it exists. And 0 for 4 is actually pretty good in draft. So it's probably pretty good for draft. But that's not what we're looking at here. Infused Titanium. Galvanize 3 for 7. Great stats for limited. Insanely good stats for limited, especially when, this is not like a Phantasm set. You throw a 7, that 7 sticks. Sure. Well, for constructed viability, if there ever is a mech deck that wants to do the 2-card 7, 2-card 8 trade pattern, this card exists now for that. There's a couple that might work in that strategy, but it is not good otherwise. So unfortunately, we gotta just call it a D because we're looking at constructed viability. Limited will be its own thing. Don't worry. Junkyard Dog. Double G. D-O double G. Snoop Dogg. Alright. When this attacks, if it scrapped a card, this gets +1. So, baseline block 3 over infused titanium. Looking for the scrap mechanic again, which is a bit better for Teklovossen. 2-card 7. I mean, for constructed, if you really need like on-rate scrap cards, it's probably okay. Like, if scrapping is very important for how Teklovossen needs to play, then I think this card's pretty good. It's just like a good rate way to scrap. I haven't gone through the whole set, so like maybe there's a better way to do that. Maybe it's just about like the junkyard, or not junkyard, what was this called? The scrap trader. Maybe it's just about using like this and scrap hoppers. You don't need like a bigger scrap engine. But in case you do, this one's not awful. This one's not awful. Okay? Scrap compactor. When this attacks, if it scrapped a card, you may play your next Evo this turn as though it were an instant. So interesting. It's like a baby Teklovossen where you don't need to pay 3 for it, but you're also not drawing a card in exchange. I don't know if that means it's very good. It might be better in some of the other heroes where if you scrap an Evo, it's just gone. Now in another hero, you could, in theory, trade it immediately back. Not the worst, though. Like, just 0 for 3, blocks 3, unique effect. It's part of a decent engine. I think this card's probably okay. I think we'll keep it as a B. Keep it as a B. Probably solid. Probably solid. It really depends what the heck is hidden on the Teklovossen card. I hope we find out today, because if you look at the spoiler season, and it's so funny because February does a better job than FabTCG on like keeping track of all this, honestly. So Sunday the 24th, yesterday, legitimately yesterday, Legend Story Studios was supposed to reveal 3 cards. I don't really know if this was the Demi hero. I doubt that like within a 3-drop it's the Demi hero. But these were revealed. ICV2 did release these cards. I forget what they were though. They probably say it on February somewhere. But LSS never released their 3 spoilers from yesterday. So we're like a little behind on the spoiler schedule. Oh, it was the Zoom call ones. We did see this. And then I feel like something went wrong with the box breaks, because in the past, these were revealed at midnight. And now instead this is pushed back to 9 p.m. today, and we still don't know if Fab 1 sealed. But for Dusk Till Dawn, these were revealed at midnight. So something's like a little delayed on like the planned release of all the spoilers. So I do hope we find out today. I'm so wrong on the picture. What'd you talk about? What picture are you talking about? Oh, profile pic. Oh, you're a different thing. Someone said that the boxes arrived late. Oh, okay. Well, then that's the answer. Easy. Then that's the answer. Let's see. Is this scheduled? Oh, hell yeah. All right. I'm tuning in. I'll see you guys there. Absolutely going to tune in for that. Let's open the Fabled, shall we? Okay. Anyway, back to the reveal. Or rather what we know to be revealed. Spoilers. Scrap Harvester. When this attacks, if it scrapped a card, put a steam counter on enemy control with Crank. This does not seem to be a Teklovossen mechanic. So this is probably more to do with like the crossover between maybe running scrap in like a dash deck or a max deck. I don't think Teklo cares about the items with Crank. He doesn't seem to want that playstyle at all. It's good stats though, but I don't think... Oops, I got too much on the screen. But I don't think it's very good. It's a popper for max. Okay, it's a popper for max. There you go. What's this? It's the Sprawl. Don't worry about it. Tease a small price to pay for prosperity. Tis? Tease. This probably means tis. Interesting. Is this a person, actually? No, it's not. So who's Prospector Cogmire? Well, I guess we'll find out. Missing these cards. Probably more M's here, right? But this is one more commonplace hit if I had to guess. Heist. When this hits a hero, you may put an item with cost 0 or 1 from any banished zone into the arena under your control. Well, this is mirror match type of material. It's more mech versus mech hate. Mech doesn't have a lot of on hits, so in a mech deck, you are normally playing for just max efficiency in the mirror match. Now there's a card that does demand blocks, next to like Pulse Wave Harpoon being another one, Combustible Courier. So it's not like a critical mass amount of non-blocks that's really going to mess up your opponent most likely. But it's good. Like, why wouldn't you want this, right? It seems good. It seems solid. I don't know about very good. I don't know about very good, but it seems okay. Oh, wait, actually. Oh, I missed this. Any banished zone. Oh, any banished zone. Oh, so it's just always a hit effect then. For marginal upside, but that's still pretty big. You figure it hits, you put in like a 0 cost with crank. Boom, crank, extra action point, extra pistol shot or whatever's going on. All right, this card's better. I think it's back to A, actually. It's A. That's an A. I misread that. I thought it was opponent only. Any banished zone. All right, pretty good. Pretty good. Another Majestic there. Moonshot. All right, this is what supposedly could be the next Max V. I don't entirely see it. Play this only if you've boosted this turn. As an additional cost to play this, destroy X hyperdrivers you control. When this attacks, this gets +3 for each hyperdriver destroyed this way. If this has 10 or more, it gets overpower. So one of the X's is resources, the other X is hyperdrivers. Is that right? I'm pretty sure that's how you do this. So in theory, if you want to destroy, to get like the overpowered effect, you need to pay 3, which is a blue, and then 3 hyperdrivers to make this a 12. Is that right? No, it's 2 resources per hyperdriver. Oh my god, that's so much worse. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Alright, I don't see it anymore. I don't see it. It's like Sonata? Okay. I thought one of the X would maybe cancel out here. Nope, never mind. Alright, so it's double as expensive as I thought. But either way, let's reevaluate. You boost it away. This attack gets +3 for each hyperdriver destroyed this way. So if you pay 2 into it, you destroy 1 hyperdriver, and it comes in for a 2 for 6. Okay, you pay 4 into it. That is now a 4 for 9. You really want the overpower text. You're paying 6 double blue into it for 12. Well, that's actually quite a strong resource dump. You're not too far like off curve paying into this thing. So never mind. It stays on a pretty good resource curve. It's costing you the hyperdrivers, obviously. So it's not just like you pay into it, you get the damage. You do need hyperdrivers to pull it off. I don't know about that being S tier, though. I don't know about S tier. I think it's probably a solid card you can play for with intent. It being a yellow means you could pitch to some kind of like guaranteed hyperdriver state where you're just like, oh, my opponent's not doing anything. I'm just going to make hyperdrivers. I'm not going to boost. I'm going to like slow down on my turns. Build into insane moonshot plays. It's possible. I think for the decks that are like trying to fatigue out a mech, when you can sink resources into like singular cards that are worth this much damage, that is pretty strong. That is pretty strong. But it's not easy to pull off. So I think we'll call it solid. It's a solid card. You can play for this and probably pull it off if you really, really wanted to. But in terms of like just draw sequence, oh man, Moonshot's busted, I don't think that probably happens. $2 Majestic? Sure. It's $2 Majestic. Most likely, honestly. Some Majestics got to take the hit. All right, from our thumbnail art, Steel Street Hoons. What does hoons mean? I've never heard this. Hoons versus like goons. A lout or a hooligan, especially a young man who drives irresponsibly. Wow, that's a great name. Well done. It's an Australian or New Zealander term. Oh, check that out. All right, no wonder I've never heard of it. It is a Kiwi or Aussie term. Call people hoons. Oh, I like it. I like it. Steel Street hoons. Boost. If an item you control has been destroyed this turn, this gets +2. All right, so it's back to the galvanized mechanic, but it's also got boost. No keyword boost, mind you, or no reminder text boost, rather. When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +2. Same deal. So it's just a blue that's going to either block 4, block 5, or rather attack for 5. Block 4, attack for a 2-card 5 with boost. So it's not even a blue block 3, but it's pretty good value on a blue. You actually don't get this rate on any blues currently in like a boost dash, right? Like the highest you can really go with boost is a throttle, which is a 2-for-4 blue boost. So this does scale up like along the same line, but you would need to destroy an item this turn to make it get there. But that's pretty unique. That's pretty unique. It's probably not great across the board. I think it's more fringe. You've got to play into a list that's breaking items a bit more for this to be not even like better than a blue throttle, but like in the same vein as a blue throttle. But if you want more of that effect, you can get there. Boosting can take the last counter off a hyperdriver. Does hyperdriver just blow up though, or does it see that it has no steam counters at the start of your turn and die? Oh, okay, different text. Oh, this is great. When it has none, destroy it. Different. In my head, it was the same as the other ones where if at the start of your turn you don't have it, destroy it. When it has none, destroy it. Okay, that's much better control then over the self-destruction on items with boosts like this. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Still calling it a C though. I don't think you actually slot this into most boost decks. It would be like just max and just a maybe, I think. All right. Twin Drive. Yes, we're getting to Bertha. Man, this is a lot of spoilers. Twin Drive. Boost. As an additional cost to play this, you may banish the top card of your deck. If it's a Mechanologist card, this gets go again. Boost. As an additional cost to play this, you may banish the top card of your deck. If it's a Mechanologist card, this gains go again. Whew. Yeah, well, in theory, the double boost doesn't resolve as 2 go again sources, but if anything cares about boosting multiple times, like Pulse Wave Harpoon, like Max Velocity, this is a great engine for that. I mean, it just cuts the amount of like cards you need, not in half, you know, it's a scaling thing, but you get to all of a sudden say, I'm seeing like a decent rate red to pay more towards like my Max V, my Pulse Wave Curve, whatever, without needing to draw like 2 individually strong like boost cards. That one maybe wasn't always a great rate. One might have been like a blue zipper you're holding to pull off the turn, where the other was like the red 0 and that one was fine. So like you kind of find a decent middle ground, like pulling off a Max V play to kind of make up for the lack of lost value. But now Twin Drive is just going to unlock those kind of red go hands without needing to stretch and just keep worse boost cards. I think this card's pretty good. Not great. I don't think it's great. But it enables some other good cards to a degree we haven't seen before. I would call it an A. I think I would call it an A. Yep, okay, everyone's agreeing. Teklo's in the chat. And I like the art on this as well. So very similar to Max V. And it's, I mean, it's 2 dudes. Like Max V coming in one side, Twin Drive on the other. That's it. That's what it's looking for. Also, BIOS update. That's funny. That's really funny. You BIOS update, Twin Drive, boost, more chances to hit. Dang, imagine you hit. Wait, is BIOS just the next time? I think it is just the next time. Still. Okay, Magnetic Lockwave. Getting spins on old cards here. A triple X, which I believe is a first for Flesh and Blood. You have to boost twice to get go again. It's a you may. So you don't have to actually boost twice. You could just boost once and then skip the next boost. Yeah. Flexible. Flexible. Magnetic Lock Wave. Target hero chooses X equipment they control, then you choose one from among them. That hero must defend your attacks this turn with that equipment, if able. Go again. Wait, how much are you paying into this if it's XXX? So if you want them to choose 3 equipment, you're paying 9? Is that what's happening? Blue is 1 target. Yeah. So if you want to pick 3, you're paying 9? Okay, well, in theory, you want like a mega blowout, then... No, actually, you can't even like... You can't even like turn 0 this, because you'd pay 9, and then you wouldn't have an attack. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, that's bad. This is the F tier right here, I think. This has got to be the Y. If you could like cheese turn 0 and do this and then like smack them with a pistol or something, it just says attacks. It doesn't say attack action cards. So like that could be like a bit of a cheese. And then it's like, oh, kind of a funny blue block 3. Okay, cool. Man. Yeah, that's awful. It works with Nitro. Works with Nitro, as in Nitro Mechanoid? Is that what we're talking about? Because this doesn't cost you anything to attack. So in theory, your 4-card hand, you can go Magnetic Lockwave. They shuffle up, whatever. You choose this equipment. And then you can attack with Nitro for free. So your 4-card hand basically says, I eat your equipment and I smack you for 5. Yikes. I think if you just like play your game plan like you're supposed to and just kill your opponent, then they're going to have to give you their equipment at some point anyway. Like, what? That card is so bad. That is so bad. Oh my god. Okay. System failure. Remove all Steam counters from target equipment, item, or weapon. If 2 or more... Oh, okay, no. We're hiding this. It's not F tier. Remove all Steam counters from target equipment, item, or weapon. If 2 or more Steam counters are removed this way, deal 2 damage to its controller. Okay. So it's more like anti-mirror tech, right? You're playing against mech. You can go ahead, kind of bounce all their Steam, and deal 2 damage. It's like an ambiguous 2 damage. Okay, I don't know if like this like 2 nebulous damage source, like, is that worth it? Maybe it's like a cheesy one of to just try to have like an edge in the mirror if it really is like mech on mech violence. So I'm not gonna call it like a straight F, because like maybe that's where it exists. But that's a D. That is not good. It is not good. But I don't think it's a why does this exist. Yeah, okay. Speaking of systems. System failure. How about system reset? Banish X mechanologist items you control with cost 0 or 1. Then return them to the arena under the owner's control. This card might be beyond busted. This is once again like we have to see what it feels like on the table. But this really could be beyond busted. The ceiling for this is very hard to break down into Fab's like kind of central math of like cards should be worth 3 value on defense, 4 on offense, blah, blah, blah. This is completely outside of that kind of card evaluation. I really love the flavor on it too. Data corrupted, dots scrambled. Sorry, data corrupted, dots scrambled. Lucidity, protocol, enabled. They did all mark 1. Shout out. A very interesting card. Probably busted. And I don't think it can ever be that bad. Because there will be some kind of deck archetype that like needs this to thrive. We talked about kind of the grinding gears archetype as well. I don't know if I can call it. Okay, yeah, S. Yeah, I think it's S. I think it's got to be. There is so much to this card, and even when it's not the card you need, it's at least a block 3. Rather than, for some reason, like, is this like, it's not the first Mechanologist action that blocks 2, but it's just funny. Like, when this isn't the card you need, it just blocks 2. When this isn't the card you need, it just blocks 3. And the ceiling for this is like way higher than System, I think. It's gotta be... That's gotta be... Okay, maybe it's like, maybe it is not an S. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's the question mark. Maybe it's the question mark. It unlocks a playstyle that we just haven't seen. It's a value engine that, like I said, like will not fit into how Fab has been evaluated previously. Because now you even, because of this card, can't look at even some more fringe, like kind of mid-tier playable Steam counter thing. Like, you look at Mini Force Field. This is a terrible example. But you look at Mini Force Field, and you're like, okay, this card maybe like blocks 4. It's like a 1 for block 4. I'm like, okay, maybe. But that's not really its ceiling. Because in theory, or actually, hold up, that is a terrible example because it gains ward where it gets destroyed. All right, what's a better example? This one. All right. In theory, this card is blocking 3. And that's all it's doing. You're spending a card, it's going to block 3. If you crank it, it's only blocking 2. But now you've got effects like System Reset, which replenish Steam counters and give you crank on as many of these items as like you're banishing. So that card that you played out that might have felt like a bad rate before now just got its Steam counters reset, gave you back an action point. It's gotta be... Or just play normal high octane and deal more damage. Shush. Come on, shh. We're not trying to play boring mech, right? System reset, you know? Unplug, replug. Let's do the cool stuff now. Although, then again, this was Datadol Mark 1's game plan, and we're on to Datadol Mark 2, so Datadol Mark 1 didn't work out too well. So maybe this is just too fancy for what it's worth, and it ain't that good. It ain't that good. All right. It is either S or F. I agree with that kind of rating. S or F. I'm gonna lean into the S. We're gonna be spicy with it. We're gonna lead into S for system. I believe in Datadol Mark 1. But there we go. The spiciest card, maybe. In terms of just good cards, though. In terms of the good stuff. Fabricate. Whew. This card is so good. It's the Mechanologist Art of War. Choose 2. Equip instant speed, by the way. Equip a base equipment with Proto in its name from your inventory. That's option 1. So if you're doing like that Tunic play to enable the cost curve you want in the early Evos, then here's how you block with Tunic. Boom, get that life in. Now choose a new Proto equipment as your chest. That's possible. Evo permanents you control get +1 this turn. So it's instant speed. Your opponent tries to shred you, do something gross. You Evo, pump it. There it is. Now you don't lose shred. You got +1 out of the deal. Maybe the hit effect doesn't go through your opponent was pushing for. Whatever. Put this under an Evo permanent you control. Pretty decent second mode if you're not like trying to get anything too spicy out of it. Just extra material for any of the Evo effects. You may banish an Evo from your hand. If you do, draw a card. Got a cycle right there. Banishing an Evo. Insane for how Teklo wants to then recur it. Right back again. This card's nuts. This card's nuts. It's not... Okay, good point, says Jacob here. It's nice filler to make the deck work, but it doesn't really do anything straight up cracked like Art of War does in other decks. Art of War's ceiling in something like Fi or Katsu is to give +1 to as many attacks as possible in a chain. That's like the ceiling of Art of War. Or like in Chain, where it was doing that and gaining intellect. So, obviously, not to that... We're not getting that degree out of Fabricate. Because the way that those cards might scale is kind of nuts. Because Chain could like play out 8 cards in a turn. You know, if you banished a card, it gained him an intellect, basically. Katsu, you're pushing breakpoints or Phi, you're pushing like breakpoints everywhere, you're recurring extra attacks with like Phoenix Flame, you're searching extra attacks out of your deck. Sure, the ceiling on those cards, nuts. But in terms of enabling an engine, and enabling the kind of like swap mechanic of not needing to start with protos, but then like switching into that playstyle later. If you didn't have this card, the deck would not function the way it's supposed to. I don't think. Like, this is the bread and butter for how a Teklovossen deck needs to play, I would think. It's the engine starter. You banish Evos. You can get extra materials into your Evos. You can do the equipment swap. Like, the ceiling of this card is nowhere near Art of War. That's fair. That's fair. But for what it does for a Teklo deck, it is as functional as, like, you know, well, not as functional as like Chain Banishing or that's still too nuts. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Card is good. Card is good. I think I have to call it an S tier card. Well, no. It's just for Teklo. It's not like mech only. It's not like every mech wants to use this. So for that, it's just a very good card. It's not across the board like some mechanologist instant that's going to save the game, make them all nuts. But for Teklo, and maybe even like finding this in draft and like making some cool plays because you've got this like cheeky mech instant over your pod mates in a draft, that's kind of cool as an M. But apart from that play, it like basically could just be a Teklo specialization, I would think. But I don't think the deck would probably not work as smoothly without it. So we'll call it A. It's very good. It's S for Teklo. Well, no, I'm still calling it A across the board for Teklo. Who cares? It's all subjective. Who cares? But no, the ceiling is not Art of War. In terms of functionality for the deck, though, very good. Bull Bar. Boost. Bull Bar? What does this have to do with a bull bar? Okay, I don't know. Boost. If you control a hyperdriver, this gets overpower. All right, so we're into kind of the max kit of cards, I would think. Hyperdriver synergies. 2 for 5. Not the rate of throttle, but what you're trading off here is the overpower tagline. Overpower in draft is more relevant than it's going to be in CC, so sure. Doesn't seem great. Doesn't seem great in CC. You would just run throttle instead. But for draft, whatever. It's fine. It's a card that you will run. Spring a Leak. 2 for 5 again. When this hits a hero, remove all steam counters from an equipment, item, or weapon they control. So once again, more of the mech on mech violence, which makes sense because this is a mech only draft set. You need some of these interaction points. I don't think, yeah, there's no other steam counters in the game. It's not like an energy counter, like removing from Tunic or something, like Sap has in Wizard, or like Wizard has in Sap, rather. So, sure, for Mirror Tech, I don't think this really makes it. You have those other hit effects that are worth a little more. So we'll just call it, let's call it D. Nothing against the draft playability, though. Nothing against the draft playability. If you boosted 2 or more times this turn, this gets +2. And when this hits a hero, gain control of an item they control. This was the Runaway spoiler card. I was really happy seeing this card. It's definitely like one of those things you need to plan for in Limited, which is exactly what the Runaways wants to see. They want those limited bombs. And now your opponent will always have to be under threat of, well, geez, if my opponent is going hard on the boost this turn, and they're holding 2 cards over me, then this thing could come in for 7 and threaten to steal my item, which is nuts. 3 for 7 overall. If that's just what it said printed-wise, it'd be like great vanilla. But, you know, we're getting that traded off now. It needs to boost for the +2 to also gain that hit text. If you're in the mirror and it's just like a mech mirror where you're just smacking each other and trying to be as aggressive as possible, this card's like pretty crazy. Like if that's what it is, if you're just racing your opponent straight up, then this is one of the better mech on mech cards, right? Because it's more damage and hit effects. You think it's marginal use in other heroes like Dromai as well. That's interesting. Yeah, true. Gain the gold token. That's kind of funny. Yeah. Gain a courage token. Okay, you know, there are enough heroes now where... Well, no, it says an item, actually. Hold up. Is gold token an item? Generic token item. Okay, but I don't think a courage token is an item, right? Yeah, aura. Okay, never mind. So more fringe than I thought. But there are enough heroes that perhaps it comes up. All right, we'll call this one just fringe. Just fringe. It's good printed value. You're stealing Spirit of Arena with it. That's pretty good. Okay. Big Bertha. Now this is the steampunk art I was looking for. Look at that. Beautiful. Steam coming out of her belly there. Big Bertha. Boost. When this is banished from boosting, put a steam counter on a hyperdriver you control. As far as rate goes, you're trading one more resource cost for this extra line of text, but this text cares about being boosted. It itself being boosted. Put a steam counter on a hyperdriver you control. Well, it's actually like not the worst rate from hand and at least says boost. My god, imagine this didn't say boost. And it'd just be when this card is banished from boosting. You'd be looking at a Rhinar card right there. You'd be looking at Skullcrack. If it only had on discard text. Okay. And we're past brute design. So thank God. Mech's doing it better than us. Seems good. I don't think you hate playing the red if you're just like looking for more of this effect. You don't hate putting the red in your deck. As a blue, it seems great. Card's probably pretty good. Yeah, like better than just a B. I think these are like legit pretty good because you think you actively want to run 2 playsets. There's a world where like maybe this effect is a tipping point in how you need to play in your turns and you have to go to yellow. I don't think so, but just for 2 playsets of a common to be playable is pretty good. That's an Miss B for Bertha. All right, you're right. B for Bertha. Big Bertha. B for Big Bertha. All right. Rev up. We're back to the motorcycle cards. There were like a couple up there. If you control a hyperdriver, this cost 1 less to play. This rate, we're seeing a lot in this set. 3 for 6, just a 2-card hand. Simple. It says boost. If you have a hyperdriver, it costs 1 less. So you're getting like the throttle rate out of this if you have a hyperdriver. So for Max, he would like this kind of card, I would think. It's just more of... Well, actually, I don't know. He probably doesn't want to pitch that much. So maybe even running like more higher costed attacks messes him up a little bit. He probably wants to run a lot of like the 1 costs so he can pay into his ability. But do you like really want to play that many 2 costs? Actually, I don't think so. Maybe this is pretty bad. I think this is pretty bad. At first, I kind of saw it, but actually I don't think the cost curve is what Max wants to do. Yeah. All right, this is bad. D. That's it. Sorry, Rev Up. You're cool art though. Data Link. Oh, that is awesome art. Where did this come from? I do not remember this spoiler. What the heck? That's so cool. Boost. Okay, 0 cost boost. We're in. When this hits, opt 1. Oh, that's pretty good. Another 0 cost boost. That checks a lot of boxes for the boost decks. A minor hit effect, but potentially important in terms of, crafting your next draw, fixing your next boost. Opt is like legit a part of, mechs can get value out of that. Seems good. I would say, can you even call this an S just because it's a 0 cost boost? Is that good enough? Just call it S. It is very good though. The wonders of Eidolon await you. Electric worlds for the electric mind. Cynthia Teklo. Oh, is this Dash's sister or something? Check that out. Because Dash's name is Dash Teklo, funny enough. The Princess of Metrix. And now we're looking at Cynthia Teklo. Great name. Love the puns. Good card. If it was a 0 for 4, it's an S. Okay, but they can never print a 0 for 4. Come on. 0 to 60 is it. They can't do it. They can't do it. All right, good card. Someone said, isn't Rev Up pretty good? With a Hyperdriver, it's pretty much 1 for 6 go again. Well, you still have to pitch in to get things started. But you are going to run blues, aren't you? Maybe I did discount that too quickly. It was a bit of a roller coaster on this one. I mean, you're getting the cost refunded. It costs baseline 2. You're still pitching 2 in, but then Hyperdriver refunds you 1. I don't know. Chat seemed to not like this as much. It's just, yeah, it's like tied to needing Hyperdriver, or it's just not what an aggressive deck wants at all. I would figure you do have Hyperdriver out enough as a max deck. But I don't know, chat seemed pretty down on this, so I don't think we'll reevaluate. We'll leave it. It's 1 cost reduction, but then Hyperdriver gives you the resource back, is what people are saying. Cost reduction wouldn't stack, correct, but you would make this a 2, but then Hyperdriver refunds you the 1. That's the difference here. So you'd always have to pitch in to make this work. So it's effectively a 1 for 6, kind of. It is just worse than Throttle, though. Yeah, and I don't think you want to add more of the potentially expensive end of aggressive cards to a max deck. I don't see it. I don't see it initially. We'll leave it as is. Exactly. All right, Teklo reinforcing. That's what I said. Max cares about 1 cost boost. Boom, there we're at. Dive through data. Eidolon again. Boost. When this hits, opt 1. All right, so 1 cost 4. You're looking at the high speed impact slot, which I don't think most Dash players really care too much about that hit effect, honestly. That wasn't a big deal. On hit dominate. On my vanilla attack, let's go. So this is better than high speed impact. But that was actually a slot that some Dash lists were already dropping to like maybe 2 counts of. I don't know if you ever even play for that cost curve if like your game plan is full on like max V hands. Well, no, because we're talking about max. Max doesn't mind the 1 cost ones. I don't know. The card seems like it's better than high speed impact, but is that a slot that you're really still putting in decks? I think it seems solid though. There's no way you can like hate on this. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The opt 1 for the hit effect is also good for, in theory, the new dash, because the new dash, as we talked about, does need to still deal damage. A lot of her windows are going to be around still boosting, still attacking, getting Mechanologist attack actions through to deal damage. It is at least what part of her kit looks like. So these kind of cards are a part of that, I would think. Wait, drop everything, stop. Demi Hero's out. Are you for real? Pull it up. Where's it at? Where are we at? Demi Hero's out. Where are we looking? Where are we looking? No. No. Twitter? Twitter? Where on Twitter? Who? Fab on Twitter? Let me do this. Fab TCG. Live reacts. Oh, yes. Here we go. We got it. Here it is. Here it is.
More than human. Time I delivered on that promise.
Oh, okay, wait, hold up. It's not enough. 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 Let me fix. Teklovossen, the Macropotent. Shadow. Holy fuck. Shadow, Mechanologist, Demi Hero, Equipment, Evo. Holy. Dude, it's Ultron. It's Ultron, but like he's in space too. What is going on? Action 3. Banish 2 cards from your soul. Your soul. I mean, Demi Heroes do legit have soul. That's like even a Levia consumed mechanic. It doesn't do anything, but that's, yeah, when you transform, they count as your soul. That's crazy. Banish 2 cards from your soul. attack. Whenever this attacks a hero, they discard a card. Holy mother. Your Mechanologist attack action cards get go again. Just baseline. No more boosting. This counts as having 4 Evos equipped. Okay, solid. 6 attack baseline. So you're spending 1, banish 2, attack 6, they discard on declaration. 3 intellect. 3 intellect. Battle worn 6. And the life is what you started with? Or not started with, what you transformed with? Alright, that was my big question. Was what was the life? Because if you transformed at like specifically 20 or something, then, you know, drawing an early singularity was awful. The on attack is insane. I really like that your life just carries over. Battle worn 6 is a lot of defense, but can you survive the game moving forward with 3 intellect? 3 intellect moving forward. Granted, when you transform, you most likely get a huge swing because you're going to gain either, 5 intellect on that first turn. So that's what kind of buys you into like resetting your arsenal before you go down to just like 3 intellect for the rest of the game. If you have the boots, you gain an action point. If you have the chest, you gain 3 resources. Then you can immediately swing as well as the new Teklo. Take a card away from your opponent. So you can like go into your flip turn, drawing 5, and setting your opponent down a card guaranteed. But then it'll equalize as the turns go on. Granted, you have 6 block now. Ooh. Oh, wait, they do double trigger. Oh, wait, and this is not once per turn action. Oh, God, you're right. Oh, man. Oh, that's actually pretty crazy. It's not an item, though. It's not an item. It is a Shadow Mechanologist Demi Hero equipment. Not an item. Not an item. But can you mangle it? Can you mangle Teklovossen? Well, it is an equipment. Interesting. Interesting. So does spamming 0 cost Evos to get this to flip fast any good? You wouldn't get the benefits of the slow Evo evolutions. So your flip turn itself would probably feel pretty weak because your action would be Singularity, which is 3 cards to flip. And you wouldn't do anything. So I think to really like make use of that turn cycle, you know, to get ahead on the game and get over the fact that you're going into your next turn with 3 intellect, it doesn't like mean you have to have those Steel Soul Evos, but my God, like that's where you want to be, right? That's where you want to be. The rest of the Singularity text, if I had to guess, would say transform into... where was it? Because it's a long line of text. It probably says the entire name. And 4 Evos you have equipped into Teklovossen, the Macropotent... Oh, actually, they wouldn't repeat this line, though. So that is missing text still. That is missing text. Yeah. I doubt they would say Teklovossen, Macropotent, Shadow Mechanologist Equipment Evo. That's not what the other line would be, which was my initial idea. So maybe it is a line about text, or about life, says Riku. That's a good idea. I do agree. It would probably say, like, with the same life as you currently have, blah, blah, blah. Put the rest of your cards into soul, whatever it is. Wow, that was juicy. Well, there we go. Big reveal. Caught live on stream. Caught live on stream. Huh. Well, so everyone and their mother is going to want to play Teklovossen. There we go. That's easy. Everyone will want to play this hero. Also, the keyword Shadow is interesting because, in theory, like Bolton and Prism have a like unique play pattern into Teklovossen post flip. because he will turn Shadow. Interesting. I mean, a lot of those cards are pretty mid. You'd be bringing them in for like... I mean, that's 3 matchups, though. Teklovossen, Leviah, Vincent. Leviah and Vincent, definitely down there. Teklovossen, maybe not. Maybe not quite up there. Maybe he's down there, too. This is very exciting, though. And this looks great. This looks pretty good. Pretty good. Huh. Huh. All right, I'm sold. I'm gonna build this deck. I think the 3 intellect is completely countered if you play into the Soul Shield, I'm pretty sure. Or not Soul Shield. What are they called? Steel Soul? Because think about that. You flip into the Steel Soul. This is a long game plan, though. Long game plan. But you flip into the Steel Soul, and all of a sudden, you gain 2 action points. You gain... Actually, this one's not as relevant. You gain 6 resources. You gain 5 intellect. If you can actually pull that off, it's not win on the spot, but for that kind of grindy game, that's insane. Swing twice, they discard 2. So that you're basically dealing like 6 true damage, guaranteed, and your opponent is doing nothing into their next turn. You're drawing into 5 cards. All of your Mechanologist attack action cards get go again. So you're setting up now your like big mech attack into probably a Teklovossen attack, and then the extra card, since your opponent is like stripped of cards, can kind of go to your arsenal to keep up this cycle of I'm going to play, 2 card hand for 9 into like weapon, or not weapon attack, but like this dude's attack. That is a pretty unbearable sequence. Like the 3 intellect doesn't matter. Your opponent is going to be forced on the back end. They can't help it. Because you're going to slam him with hit effect and force discard. Oh, you think health is equal to his soul? I don't think that would be the case. There's no way. Oh, wait a second. Actually, with all the battle worn, maybe that is a balancing factor. If this just says equal to your old health, then that could be nuts. That on top of battle worn 6. Yeah, maybe it is some line of like equal to double your, cards in soul or something. Interesting. Yeah, because banish 2 cards from your soul. You figure you flip into this, all the Evo cards go there. So if you didn't use any of the intermediary effects on like the previous things, you've got the base, you've got the battle worn piece, and then you've got Evo Steel Soul. Oh my god. So you've got 12 soul, in theory, if you didn't add anything else. 12 soul. That's 6 attacks? What if it's equal to the opponent's health? Well, I mean, there's no way it could ever go to 0 like that, because then, games don't. How would a game end? It's just always a draw? Like, you both die? Or, like, I don't know how that would work. Or, like, damage resolves on your opponent's first, and then you stay alive because the game's just instantly over. Maybe that's how it would work. Let's Tomultie it. All right, still some questions on this card. I mean, that's quite the payoff for wanting to play really slow into Evos. To play really fast into Evos, you won't have that much soul playing that way. You won't have like a strong flip turn, so it'd be about surviving until like the turn after that. But those are all scary now because you're on low intellect. So it definitely favors a slow play pattern. But like the magical Christmas land of having every single Evo in play probably doesn't happen. So it turns into prioritizing like, do you need the intellect because your opponent is like really high on life and they can just like ignore your vanilla damage on the flip turn. So you're going to need like, more defense. Or are you really ahead so you don't actually need the intellect? You want to go into your turn with like the action points and the resources so that when you flip, you're able to like strip their hand and try to get ahead. Interesting. Huh. Well, that's a freaking cool mechanic. I like it a lot. It makes the rest of these cards way less interesting to go ahead and review. But I still got to do it for my own peace of mind. I gotta. We're almost done as well. Almost done as well. Oh, that card is sick. We need to know a little bit more about it. A little bit more about it. But I mean, how can you not call that thing? You know, A, solid A. Solid A. If you can pull this off reliably, it's an S. But the question on that is still the fact that it's tied to a one of card. The legendary singularity. That's going to be kind of a pain to draw sequence, because if you see it too early, you know, you're pitching it back in as a red. What's happening then? I hate the one-ofs. The one-of legendary stuff is so annoying. Because you might just... It's going to be like a Doomsday problem. You just see it too early, you're like, dang. Well, I guess I'm not flipping this game. Huh. Dunno. Cool card. Very, very cool card. Hype. This set is honestly such a home run. I didn't care about Mechanalysis at all, and now I want to build a few decks. Oh, yeah. I want to build the -IO deck. I think Teklovossen will happen at some point, but in terms of wanting to, like, be part of, you know, the team, I guess, to crack a deck, I want to put my time into -IO. I think Teklovossen is... I mean, his cards, a lot of them are like must plays, you know, like with how the Evos work, with like needing like a scrap engine, the fabricates. Not to say the deck will like build itself in any capacity at all, but in terms of like trying to assemble puzzle pieces, I think -IO will be more challenging, more interesting to put together. Okay, where even were we? Sprocket Rocket? I think that was it. You've even been looking at Data Doll because you're crazy. Man, that is no one's priority. Oh man, Teklovossen's coming out. Time to look at Data Doll. All right. We're going through these quicker though. Boost 0 for 3. If an item or equipment was banished from boosting, this gets +1. It's another 0 for 3 booster. What was the other one we saw though? Other one was the opt effect, the hit effect opt. This one is just if an equipment or item is boosted, it gets +4. So sometimes this is 0 for 4, but in like a full aggro deck, you're not really running the heavy items or equipments, but like, you know, sometimes you boost a Teklo core or something. Could be 4. Seems fun. It seems good. Seems good. Teklo is saying D on this. D on Sprocket Rocket? No way. It's gotta be at least a B. It's fine. 0 for 3 go again. Ceiling of a 4. If all you need are 0 costs to fulfill like a Hanabi max V game plan, more of these cards is good. But I don't know, maybe it's just a question of too many at this point. And something like, what was the other one? Data Link. The like minor on hit does do more in terms of your opponent freaking out, be like, oh my god, I don't want to give him opt. I can't do it. Maybe that's the difference? Just no room for this. Okay, that's fine. No room for this then. Dumpster Dive. That is straight out of the Star Wars right there. Boost. If not item or equipment. Okay, it's the same deal. Same deal. We don't even look at these. It's all the same shit. Just different cost curve. Whatever you want. Expedite. A new version of Snatch. This guy's carrying the ice cream maker, not just the monocle. Boost. When this hits, you may... Actually, that's another Star Wars reference. When this hits, you may put an item with 0 or 1 from your hand into the arena. Okay, so actually, wow, there's more of these 0 for 3s than I thought, so we don't have to actually value all of them so highly. We are inundated with choice on the 0 for 3s. So it's just a question of, like, pick the best one. Okay, I get it. That's why this one's bad. Okay, I get it. Expedite, though. When this hits, you may put an item with 0 or 1 from your hand into the arena. I mean... It's a question of, like, can you convert that to, what, like, cranking, get that extra action point somehow? Otherwise, if you're boosting this and the item was, like, a 0 or 1, then wouldn't you just, like, drop it at the end of the chain? Questionable. I don't see this one being that good. This one seems They're all in like the same just middling tier though of the same cost curve. They're just slightly different, so pick which one you want. This is the exact same Mech X. I don't know why the art doesn't like really match on these though. Like if thematically this one and this one are the ones doing the same thing, then why isn't it like Sprocket Rocket with Mech X? That's like a little bit more similar, I would think. I don't know, whatever. Doesn't matter. Outpace. Boost. Can't be defended by equipment. I mean, for limited, sure. In reality, it's just another vanilla. It's not a zipper hit. That's what you want to run in that slot. And I think you probably want to run like the opt one otherwise if you're still going for the 0 for 1s. Or the 1 for 4s, rather. Is Singularity revealed yet? The flip was. But not the full text of Singularity. My mom actually might be here. I hear someone knocking. I'll have to go get her. 1 second. Oh.
Oh, you're producing the show? I mean, you're...
Yeah, give me like 20 minutes. Yeah. All right. Mother Sant is in the house. All right. What do we say about outpace? Nothing. Who cares, right? Who cares? Was wondering... Oh, you're talking to Teklo Foundry. Okay, cool. Lay waste. Boost can't be defended by equipment. Same deal. They're just scaling up the cost curve now. 1.4 to 2.5. I don't see why these ones matter. Don't matter. Fender Bender. Revealed by Yuki Lee Bender. This gets plus X, where X is the number of equipment defending it. As far as the 1 for 4s go, this one is more damage, in theory. So this is probably best in slot for the 1 for 4s. You push your opponent into a place where they need to block, and this is just a baseline breakpoint that gets you more damage in theory. This one's got to be better than the other ones. Got to be better. We'll call this one solid. It's not better than Zipper Hit, which is still the bar. But it's a good second, I think. Good second. Okay. Panel Beater. I love this one. The art style on this is similar to, I think, only one other card in this set. The Scrap. What was this guy? Scrap Trader? Yeah, same. Okay, same artist. Anastasia Balakchina. I like this art. This one to me looks really good. This artist in the set really stands out compared to the flashy lights and everything. It's a bit more muted, more steampunk. I like it. Panel Beater. Boost. Okay, same deal. Same deal as the last one. Although this cost curve is worse. I don't think you're really trying to pay into more of the 2 costs for a deck like this. So probably not as good. Put this one back in D, I think. Back in D with a lot of these others. Great art, though. I love this. That's a classic. The hammer with, like, the steam-powered punch to it. That's sick. You wish Panel Beater and Fender Bender art were swapped. Yeah, or maybe just like the names. You just swap the cost curve. Panel Beater and Fender Bender, I mean, like this effect, neither of these are tied to the effect that they have. It's just, you know, like grab bag. Hey, we've got these like kind of steampunk, cyberpunk arts. Let's just slap them on names. So yes, Panel Beater could have easily been like the 1 cost, 1 for 4. Would have been sick. Because Panel Beater does match the art a bit better than swapping like just the names around. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, unfortunately not playable though. Not playable. We're missing 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So 2 more commons in this slot. This is where some of the reprint theory comes in. where, you know, maybe they're reprinting zipper hits, maybe they're reprinting throttles, because there's definitely space where they could do that. Like this is the kind of vanilla boost part of the lineup that could fit there. Gas Up, revealed by Carolina Alvarado herself. That was a great cosplay. The next attack you boost this turn gets +4. You may put a Hyperdriver from your Vantage Zone into the arena. This card's sick. Giving 1-for-4s to classes outside of Levia, I didn't even think was going to happen. It's like, man, dude, Unworldly Bellow, a 1-for-4, that's so good. So much better than a 1-for-3. You know, and it blocks 3. We're crazy. Levia's out here cracked with her rates. And then, you know, as it turns out, wasn't special at all. 1-for-4s are everywhere now. I mean, just look at Ranger. My God. 0-for-4s are even out there in Ranger. I guess Invigorate. The next attack you boost this turn gets +4. You may put a Hyperdriver from your Banish Zone into the arena. So if you ever banish away a Hyper, this gets it back into the graveyard, which can matter for, I guess, that archetype that cares about banishing Hyperdrivers from graveyard. So there's like the mini synergy there. Otherwise, it's just a 1-for-4 pump. So if you're trying to play into that 1 resource 4 damage, you can do that in a lot of ways. This one doesn't mean you need to boost that attack for the same damage with fringe upside on the Hyper. That's pretty good. Like that's got to be better than playing out most of the 1-for-4s, right? I like this one. I like this one. It's worse for any of the cards that need like a critical mass of boosting, but I would still call this one solid. What do you think, Teklo? What do you think? I'm in on this, but I'm also a sucker for seeing 1-for-4 non-attack actions. Because in my head, like that was a crazy rate, and like now I swear it's everywhere. You think a B? Nice. Quickfire. This cost 1 less to play for each Hyperdriver. Here we go. Now this one's scaling. Compare this to Rev Up. This cost 1 less to play. So here was the difference that people were pointing out. It doesn't scale. Quickfire does, though. This costs 1 less for each Hyperdriver you control. The next attack you boost this turn gets +4. So with 1 Hyperdriver out, it's another 1-for-4. With 2, it's a 0-for-4, and you don't need to spend a card from deck boosting. Man, these ones really got me going. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. It's good rates. They're less flexible because they block 2, compared to if you had this as an attack, it blocks 3. Trade-off being like boosting a card or not. But if you're playing this kind of deck, you're not blocking. You're not blocking. So I like it. Also, classic art. It's good. We're almost to the bottom. Oh my goodness. Recharge. I actually have not seen this card yet either. Who spoiled this one? This is great. I like this art a lot. Who is this? Tomas Jedrzejczyk? Interesting. I'll have to look up what else he did. This is cool. I like this style. I like it. A lot of... There's just like... Yeah, good motion. I like the lines. Recharge. Put a steam counter on Hyperdriver you control. The next attack you boost this turn gets +4. All right, same vein. This one, probably the least conditional though, right? Because creating a Hyperdriver, pretty easy in a max deck. As long as it's in play, this one's just putting the steam counter directly on, versus the other ones needed 1 to be in your Banish Zone for full effect. This one needs 2. This one's got to be the best then of that little group. So I think this one's probably good. This is an A. I like this one a lot. A. Very cool. Very cool. I like the outfit. Like it's the steampunk arm, but it's as if like this person wandered in from like Volkai or something. Like, you know, wasn't quite aware of what she was getting into. Strapped on like a buzzsaw arm, and now is just like crushing it in Metrix. It's cool. I like it. If you go to the card details, you can click... Oh, that's true. That's true. We are on February, after all. Let's see. All right. Tomas did Battlefield Breaker, which is a fantastic piece of art. Nice. He did our favorite card, Envelope in Darkness. Sick. Hold the Line. Prowls. Quickens. Oh, he did the new Quicken. Nice. And he did Steel Street. Okay, so relatively new artist. Just started up in Outsiders, it looks like. But some good pieces to his name. Nice, nice. Cool, 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 cool. Let's go back, go back. Tectonic Force Field. Shakedown 2, truth. When this defends an attack with Overpower, this gets +2. Okay, so these are the block cards. Do we know if the other block cards are getting printed? The firewalls, are they getting... They are getting printed, right? In Outsiders. Or not Outsiders, sorry. Bright Lights, because I saw Blockout Party got Firewall. But where is it? I don't see it on this list. But he totally got Firewall as a preview card. So maybe that's one of the missing numbers. No, legit. All right, I gotta do this. Like 100%, he got Firewall. Block out party. Yeah, well, it should have the set code on it though, so maybe something changed. Evo 159. Evo 159. What is Evo 159 right now? Oh, they added it already. Oh my god, dude. Bill is so quick. So insanely quick. Oops, I've got to do the show missing cards. 159, where are we? Dude, right here. Oh, I found a hole. I found a hole. Who didn't update this spreadsheet? Look at this. Look at this. Firewall is getting printed in Bright Lights. The reason this wasn't his official spoiler card is because it got revealed by the professor as part of the Round the Table. But this is actually, look at that, Evo 159. So if we look at the tracker sheet, look, this is Firewall, 59, 60, 61. Is it not? It would be, right? That puts 158 kind of in a weird spot, though, because 158 would be by itself, because we assume 56, 57 are smash and grabs. All right. Well, I'll message someone about that, but I don't know if we can like really confirm it or what. Anyway, interesting find. So that means the other block card, though, that is in the set is Tectonic Force Field. When this defends an attack with Overpower, this gets +2. Seems pretty bad. There aren't that many Overpower attacks to even assume that like every mech deck has Overpower in Limited. I don't think. And then in Classic Constructed, Overpower is not a keyword you're going to see most of the time. Like at all. At all ever. So, yeah, this card's pretty bad. This card's pretty bad. In Limited, it at least blocks 3 and like sometimes blocks 5s. Right? But most of the time, pretty bad. Okay, that's it. That's it. We are done with the mech portion. The CC portion, I think I'll hold judgment on the CC portion until we see all of the heroes that got support, because that's going to frame the discussion a little bit. Like, you know, what if this card is like a Levi card? You know, what if this card is like a Phi card? What if this card is like a Prism card and this card's like a Vincent card, you know? And then like they really go deep on the heroes that like need the help. Because they kind of did. They kind of did. Viscerai, Riptide, Dorinthia, none of them were doing great. So I could see it. So anyway, we'll hold off on the rest of that. I just wanted to make sure I was caught up on all of Bright Lights for, yeah, like the cards I just hadn't seen yet. These ones I've definitely seen before. These, we had an extra week to track the reveals and all that. So there we go. My mom is also here. She's in town visiting from Australia. So I gotta go. I gotta go spend time with her. It was pretty sick to catch this reveal live. Teklovossen, the Necropotent. The box break is scheduled in 5 hours, I do believe. If you want to make sure you catch that, it is on, first and foremost, oh my god, I only have like 4 tabs and I'm lost. Spoiler schedule. Here we go. 9 p.m. is the guaranteed Master Set Madness box break, at least. Take a look. Take a look. So, pretty soon. Thanks for sticking around, people. This was cool. I really enjoyed the new chat on screen feature. It's pretty fun. You're welcome, James. Look at that. But yeah, I am about to be gone for about 2 weeks in Yellowstone. So I will bring something. I want to at least do like a video, a stream, something. I can't just like be gone for that long. And then it's a crazy couple of weeks for me, with back-to-back events for almost 6 weeks straight, Savage Feats events. And like I mentioned, big upgrades are happening on Savage Feats as well. Brand new camera, brand new wireless system as well. I want to learn how to do a couple more animations and stuff within the stream itself. I think we can make it look even cooler. A lot more moving bits and pieces. So there we go. That's it. It's busy. I'm not idle. Trust me, not idle. That ain't me. So there we go. Goodbye, everyone. This was hella fun. Thanks for sticking with me and steering the conversation, because what do I know about mech? If I knew nothing before, I've at least got 1 Steam counter now. Not quite to 3. All right. See ya. Woo! Step, arms, spin. What? Woo! And slide and tango. 1, 2, 1, 2. Slide.